Hey guys, it's Tom here. In this video, we're going to be talking about an Amazon listing. All the anatomy of an Amazon listing, what's important, what is this section, what is that section, so let's get into it. So when we go on Amazon.com, we're going to type in a keyword. This is what we know as a keyword. And you're going to be typing like toilet paper or derma roller, but usually it's like an object, right? So in this case, I typed in derma roller. Then you get to see a bunch of competitors popping up. And right away, you see a few things, right? So you see the actual photo itself. So this is known as the main image. Then you also get to see the title. You get to see the review as well as the review rating and the review count. Then you get to see the price. You also get to see a coupon code, and you get to see the delivery day as well. Over here, you might be asking, well, what is Amazon Choice and what is bestseller? Adam, do you want to just quickly tell people like what these two badges are?
Yeah, so these are basically badges that Amazon creates to really call out some of the best performing products either for the category itself or for the keyword that's typed in. So the Amazon's Choice badge is given for each individual search term that's typed in. So in this case, when somebody types in derma roller, the Amazon's Choice is that black one that you see there. And so that badge only is going to show up for that particular keyword in that product. Now, if you type in derma roller for women, maybe there's another Amazon's Choice badge that's selected. We can kind of check that out right now. So let's say you typed in derma roller 1.5 millimeter as a different keyword. There's going to be a different Amazon's Choice badge that's going to show up potentially for a different product.
Yeah, and sometimes there is no Amazon Choice for that particular keyword.
Yeah.
So if we type in, let's say, vitamin C serum as an example, you are going to see Amazon Choice for this. But if you type in vitamin C serum for face, let's say, you're going to see the Amazon Choice for this.
For a different one. So the Amazon's Choice badge, best way to think about it, it's at the keyword level or the search term level. And the actual bestseller badge means it's the best for the entire category. And there's usually a bestseller for each subcategory as well. So you might have somebody that is in a more niche subcategory that gets a bestseller badge versus one that is a more broader category. They can also get a bestseller badge for that. So one bestseller for the entire category, Amazon's Choice for each individual search term.
Yeah, and maybe we can break this down for you because for people are like, oh, what is a category? So if we were to click on any Amazon listings, and if we were to actually go down, you can see the bestseller rank here. Yeah. So there are different categories on Amazon, and the beauty and personal care, this is known as the main category. But then after that, there are actually subcategories. So underneath beauty and personal care, so let's say if we click on this, you can see that there are actually some subcategories. So if I were to click on, let's say, tools and accessories, this is number one. Therefore, this listing actually has the bestseller badge in its category. That's how the bestseller badge is rewarded. So going back to our listing here, as you can see, when it comes to a product, a customer only has a few things to look at before they click into a listing. So let's say they do choose Sidara Skincare's listing because they got a nice image, they got a lot of reviews, the price is reasonable. What else do they see after that? Well, they see the full title. You can click into the Sidara Skincare storefront, so you can actually access all the other skincare products that is offered for Sidara Skincare. You can see the review count again. You can see the review ratings. You can see 549 answered questions. If you click on that, it will lead you to the bottom of the page right here. You will also see the main image. You get to see some other photos that is attached as well. And in this video, in this chapter, we're actually going to teach you how to create all these photos as well. You can add a video at the very end. Over here is the price. Over here is the product. Over here is the 5 bullet points where you can actually use to describe your product. On the right-hand side here, this is called the buy box. So over here, this is basically when you actually going to be buying the product. This is sold by, which is your store name. You can also add it to cart. You can pick the quantity as well. If we were to go down, this section is basically advertising. So competitors can actually advertise their product on our listing. And you can also do the same for your competitors as well. And we're going to be talking more about that in the PPC module, known as pay-per-click. Over here, you can add some special offers and product promotions to try to increase your sales. Down here is a product description. Unfortunately, there was an error with regards to this particular listing. As you can see, this product description is very, very short, but we'll show you another listing later with a better product description. Down here is the product details. Here's where we can see the manufacturer, Sidara Skincare, the ASIN, the bestseller rank. So right now, for example, we do not have the bestseller rank badge because right now we're number 3 in facial microdermabrasion products. But the number 1 seller in this subcategory has the bestseller badge. And the bestseller badge is a great badge to have because it increases conversion rate, increases sales. Now, you might ask, well, how do you get to number 1? It's just about generating more sales velocity. So let's say if my product can sell more per unit than the number 1 person, let's say the number 1 person sells 100 units per hour, I sell 99 units per hour, well, they outsell me. But let's say if I can do 120 units per hour and they're 100 units per hour, then I outsell them. And there's many different strategies that you can use to actually increase your sales velocity, which we'll talk about in the future chapters. Amazon like to put this section, compare with similar items, so that the consumers gets more choice. Over here is where customers, as well as yourself, can actually upload videos. Down here, this is another section for sponsored listing. This is where you can do PPC. And then down here, another section where customers can do PPC. Funny enough, this is actually my buddy's company. And then again, back to the frequently asked questions and answers. Customers can ask you questions, other customers can reply, or you can reply as well. Down here is the review section. Customers have the option to leave a text review, or they can leave a photo review as well. And then over here, you can actually click on top reviews, most recent reviews. You can click on the 5 stars to see what people like about the product. You can see the 1 star, what people hate about the product. So that's pretty cool. And these are the keywords that people mostly use. See a difference, use it twice a day, stretch marks, highly recommended, acne scars, so on and so forth. And that's pretty much it. If you go down to the bottom, again, there's another section for paid advertising, but this is pretty much kind of the anatomy of an Amazon listing. Now, I'm going to quickly show you another one. So this is they're probably one of the biggest brands on Amazon. They're called Anchor. They're based in Shenzhen, and I believe, do you know if they sold recently or?
I think that they're still independent, but I think they went public, actually.
Oh, wow.
They went public, yeah.
So, huge company. But if you go to their listings, like if you guys ever wonder, like, what a nice listing, like, oh, how do I go ahead and create a nice listing? Like, how does my listing compare to others? Just use Anchor as like the pinnacle, like the gold standard, because their listing looks really, really nice. But if you were to go down, again, to the product description part, you can see that their product description looks so much better, right? They got video here, they got text here, and all of this is to actually increase the likelihood a customer can buy the product, known as conversion rate. So all of this, so when we create a listing, we want to make sure that all the answers to questions, the copywriting, which is what the text here says, is meant so that when the customers are reading it, they're like, oh, I want to buy this product because the words speak to me, right? And we'll teach you how to do all that later. But this is a quick overview of an Amazon listing. And in the future videos, we're actually going to teach you how to do the photos, how to write the title, how to do the copywriting, how to do the keyword research, how to do the product description, and so on and so forth. So who's going to create all this for you? If you're not a graphic designer, if you're not a photographer, if you're not a copywriter, like who's actually going to go ahead and create this for you? Well, in this particular case, we're going to use Sidara Skincare as an example. I'm going to be talking about different parts of the trade. Who are all the people that I need to work with in order to bring your vision into reality? So let's go with the images first. So the first thing that you need to do, you can see that there's a logo, there's a packaging. That someone is called a graphic designer. They're going to be designing anything that is graphic related. So that's who you're going to be working with. Again, check out the resource section for a list of everything I'm about to say in this video. Graphic designers, box suppliers, whatever. Now the box itself is our box manufacturer. So it's a factory that just manufactures the box. And the graphic designer will work with the box supplier, because the box supplier will say, hey, here's the die line. You need to give this to your graphic designer, which you will. And the graphic designer will then actually draw everything within a die line. And then the box manufacturer will print out everything at the manufacturer. The derma roller itself is produced by a derma roller manufacturer. So everybody kind of have to work together again, because we use a separate box supplier. We got all the boxes sent to the derma roller manufacturer. Then the derma roller manufacturer put everything together and shipped it off to Amazon. These images you see over here are also done by a graphic designer as well. The actual product photography that you see here, there are 2 options. One, you can use an actual photographer. A photographer is someone with a camera and take photos. And you can also use something called a 3D render, which we'll talk a little bit more about in the future video. But that is essentially using computer to generate an image. It really depends on which one you want to choose, but make sure you understand a photographer is not a graphic designer. Those are two completely different skill sets. Now, could a photographer also have graphic design skills? Of course, but don't expect any photographer to just be able to say, oh, can you create me a logo? That's not their job, right? So all of these are created by a graphic designer. The video itself is created using a videographer. So a videographer is someone with a video camera who can then take videos and then obviously produce the video itself. Now, all these different words, the 5 bullet points, the product description, and all that type of stuff, these are done by a copywriter. So a copywriter's job is to basically turn words into persuasive sentences so that a customer, when they're reading it, they're so much more likely to buy the product. There is a very, very fine line between, there's one way to describe this product is, this is a micro needle derma roller that you should use. Another, a copywriter will turn that into something more salesy, something more persuasive, something more sexy, really, when you're reading it. Then the customer can actually connect with your listing on an emotional basis and hence turning that customer into an actual buyer. So if you take a look at Anchor's example, if we go down to the product description, this is called A+ content. And you can see a picture like this is probably taken by an actual photographer. But then the words on it, this is very simple. Anybody can probably add this on. But a graphic designer will then take the photo and add on the text or the infographics or whatever it might be. So this is another good example. This is taken by using a photographer, but then the text, the icons here, as well as the little text over here and the line over here, this is actually done by using a graphic designer.
Yeah, and I think the core point here is that there's obviously a multitude of different skill sets and functions that go into creating a really, really good listing. Now, we get it. We've been there too. When you're starting out, maybe you can't afford to get every single one of these done by a third party because those costs can add up. So one thing that you definitely want to do is do an inventory of your own skill set. Maybe you've done photography for 10 years and have really pro gear and pro lights and you can execute that on your own. That's a way to save money. Maybe you're a really good copywriter and you don't need to bring in a third party for that. Or you're really good at Canva and know how to come up with really good graphics. I think what you've got to do is you've got to toggle between what your budget is and what your skill set is. What I would say is that you definitely don't want to cut corners when it comes to these disciplines. If you're not really good at copywriting or you're not really good at graphic design, yeah, you could do it, but it might end up costing you a significant amount because even a 5% change in your conversion rate could be worth thousands of dollars a month. So I've seen a lot of people where they're like, I don't really want to spend, $700 for 3D renders to get it done. Well, if that improved your conversion rate a couple percent, you might make that up in a couple days once your product's humming. So make sure that you're being thoughtful about both your budget and your skills, but not being too cheap as well.
Yeah, I've seen this over and over and over again. The fact that people will basically cheap out during this phase. They'll cut corners. And at the end of the day, if all your competitors have amazing images and you don't, people are not going to be buying your product, period. So you need to have top-notch branding. You need to have top-notch, photography and whatever. That's why in our resource section, we have given you all the people that you can choose from. And these people, I would highly recommend for you not to go on Fiverr or Upworks to just try to find people yourself, because more oftentimes than not, they're not great. And these suppliers that we have, these graphic designers, they're all vetted. They're all specializing in Amazon. They know the framework of actually how to produce an image that has high conversion rate. So I can't stress enough of just use the resource section and making sure we already did the heavy lifting for you, and these people are good to go. And there's a lot of tools online that will teach you how. For example, if you're not a great writer, you actually don't need to pay a copywriter anymore. You can use ChatGPT and whatever. So I think you can save a lot of money when there's an online tool that's available. But I would say when it comes to images, definitely this is a place that you need to invest good money in.
Yeah, and I would just say a final point too is just because you may not be doing the actual work yourself, you need to look at yourself as the conductor of the orchestra. So even though you can't play the trumpet or the saxophone, you need to be able to harmonize what those sounds are and what you want it to be. So you know your customers the best. You know your product the best. You know the psychology of what people care about, what they don't. So you need to also share with your copywriters, hey, we like to hone in on these terms, or this is the keyword research I did and we absolutely need to weave these 5 words into the copy. Or with the photographer combined with the graphic designer, we want the first thing to say these words because we know it's going to have the most impact. So make sure you're heavily involved and you brief these various disciplines as much as possible, because that's going to give you the best end product in terms of the listing creation.
Session and conversion. These are the only 2 metrics that you need to know about e-commerce, or really, as a matter of fact, any business. These 2 metrics really drive the growth and profitability of any business. And in this video, we're going to break it down for you. This is super, super important concept for you to understand. So what is session and what is conversion? Simply put, session is how many people come on your listing, and conversion is how many of those people end up buying your product. You obviously want both of those numbers to be as high as possible. For example, if your listing, there's only 10 people per day and only 10% conversion rate, so your session is 10, your conversion rate is 10%, that means that 1 person is going to be buying your product. That's very little. But if you have 100,000 people coming to your listing every single day and your conversion rate is 10%, then that's a totally different story. So what are some of the things that drive sessions and conversions? Well, that is basically what this whole entire chapter is going to be about. We're going to be talking about copywriting. We're going to be talking about photos. We're going to be talking about videos. All those things either drive the session or conversion, or sometimes both. So when it comes to Amazon, again, we want as many people to type in a keyword on Amazon, find our listing, click into it, boom, 1 session is registered, and then end up buying the product. We want both of those to be as high as possible. So just to give you guys a another analogy, right? So the analogy I like to use sometimes is like a restaurant. So let's say you're walking down the street, you're really, really hungry, you really want to eat, and then boom, a restaurant appears right in front of you. Well, what if that restaurant has like broken windows, has like rats in the front, just like doesn't look very nice? Well, you probably don't want to walk into that restaurant. Well, same thing for Amazon. If the front, so that means your title, your reviews, your price, your main image, if those things don't look nice, then no one actually want to click into your store. Same as a restaurant. If the front of the restaurant doesn't look nice, then people don't want to go into it. Now, let's say if the front of your restaurant is super nice, someone's like, oh, I'm so hungry, I want to get some food. This looks like a great place. You know, the windows and the signage, everything looks great. They go in and then boom, inside you see like rats, you see just like terrible, ambiance and just dirty, right? Well, you probably don't want to eat that at that restaurant anymore. You probably just walk right out. Same with an Amazon listing. So let's say your main image is great, your title is great, your review is great, everything is great. But then once you click into it, you don't have any more pictures. Your copywriting is really bad. Your listing is really bad. No videos, no nothing. People are like, well, I don't really like this listing. So they're going to click out. So in the future videos, we're going to be talking about images. We're going to be talking about how to construct a perfect listing so both your sessions and your conversion is basically where it needs to be.
Yeah, Tom, and I think one of the cool things right now in the current state of Amazon, as well as the service providers and strategies we talk about in this module specifically, is you can really punch above your weight as a solopreneur. You can represent yourself like a large multinational, hundreds of millions to billions of dollar brand can do. We talk about strategies on how you can get world-class imagery done, how you can write world-class copy, how you can get into the psychology of your customers and really understand how they think and how they buy, and how you can construct your imagery as well as your words to be able to convert them. So this is literally a masterclass on building an optimized Amazon listing. And there's some stuff in here, tricks of the trade, that you're really not going to see anywhere else. And as Tom alluded to, it's the 2 things that matter. And we tap into both those things, sessions and conversion, so you can optimize your Amazon product and ultimately your Amazon success. All right, guys. So I am super, super excited for this video in the module. Up to this point, we've obviously gotten deep into product development, into the customer archetype. And as you know, a key framework for us is visual differentiation. And I'd like to say that I'm amazing at everything and perfect at everything, but there's some areas of the business that there's just people that are so dang talented that they're better to do it than me. And in this case, I consider literally one of the best in the space at understanding the visuals, especially as it comes to e-commerce and on Amazon listings. And correct me if my pronunciation's wrong, but Anthony Confrancesco?
Perfect.
Okay, cool. I don't know if I gave it enough of that Italian oomph to give it justice, but
Great.
But this is just not blowing smoke at all. That's not how I operate. Anthony, I've seen his presentations before, and they're literally world class when it comes to this stuff. So I'm super, super excited to have him share some of his time and impart some of his wisdom as literally one of the best folks in understanding imagery when it comes to e-commerce. So with that said, Anthony, I'll maybe pass it on to you, and I'll be along for the ride. Maybe I'll ask a question or two, but I'm as excited as folks in the course to hear what you have to say about visual differentiation and branding and imagery in general.
All right. Well, Adam, thanks so much for having me on. I hope everybody's excited for this because there's going to be a lot of really great information here. I'm going to pop over and start sharing my screen. Let's see. I might have to. Okay, I can pull up this window. Yeah. And so it's how I like to do these presentations is like the topic that we're talking about today. It is all about visual differentiation. And there's going to be a lot of slides and a lot of examples. And whether you're a new seller, whether you're a very advanced seller, there's going to be something that you're going to learn here that you can implement into your business and start making an impact right away. So I call this hacking the brain. This is visual optimization strategies for FBA. I'm not going to spend much time telling you about myself. I'm going to really jump into the content, but I guess just a quick background, just so some of this stuff makes sense, is that I started my career actually working at Amazon. I really got to dive into seeing what happens behind the scenes, and I've taken a lot of that knowledge to creating how I actually manage my creative process and knowing what's Amazon okay with, what are they not okay with. I also sell on Amazon. I actually started selling before I started working full-time at Amazon. I launched a product, thought it would be a great way to make some money on the side. And nothing bad to say about Amazon. It's a fantastic company to work for. I ended up leaving because the guy who actually taught me how to sell on Amazon, this was maybe 4 years ago, said, "Hey, I know you like your job at Amazon, but why don't you quit and help me scale a creative agency that I have out in Manila, Philippines?" And so if you saw the earlier slide, I'm a college dropout. I knew that was a terrible decision, but I also knew I'd end up regretting it if I didn't do it. So I quit my job, moved out to the Philippines, and helped scale a creative agency to more than 30 full-time employees. We did everything from copywriting, video, photography, and graphic design, and we actually sold that business to an aggregator back in 2019. And so I've really seen this from all angles. I've managed the creative process. I've literally seen hundreds and hundreds of listings. And I've been doing this for quite a while. So one of the things that when I ran my agency that we were really heavy on using was PickFu. And at the time, we were using it for main image optimizations. At the time, not really many people were doing this. We're going to talk about some of those examples today, but it's just to kind of give you a quick overview of who I am and where a lot of this knowledge comes from. The real reason that I'm telling you all of this, though, the real reason that I'm telling you all this, though, is, kind of why am I telling you this, is because what I really want to get across in this is that creativity is not magic. Visual optimizations, visual differentiation, it's not magic. Me personally, despite owning a creative agency that was quite large, one of the biggest in the space at the time, I still don't know how to use a camera shooting off of manual mode. I don't know how to use Photoshop. I don't know how to use Illustrator. I can't do any of this stuff, but what I can do is have a vision for what looks good, and I can advise my team on how to actually get these things done. And I've had a good amount of success doing this and getting high conversion rates from my listings. The other thing that I want to really emphasize about visual differentiation is that masterpieces are not essential in FBA, right? We're not trying to make art. What we're really trying to do is send really clear and functional messages that get into our customer's brain. And so that's the whole topic today. I call it hacking the brain, and in just a few minutes, you're going to understand why I call it that. Now, this talk is going to be broken up into two different parts. We're going to have the framework and the strategies. The framework is really important because regardless of where you are at in your selling journey, this is going to help you to start to demystify this creative process, to understand, okay, what am I trying to do here? What's the end goal? And even if I'm not an artist, even if I'm not a graphic designer or a photographer, how can I understand what the end goal is, and how can I actually get assets on my listing or develop products that are going to help me actually sell and be successful as a seller. The second part is what I call strategies, and that's going to be, these are things that you can go and implement right now. If you're a seller, you can go and do these on your listing. Some of them are pre-launch as well. They're very implementable and they're ready to go. So it's going to cover a whole bunch of things today in this talk. But with that being said, let's jump right in. This is going to be a lot of slides. Adam, after this is done, I'll send over this whole slide deck so you can upload it into the content module of the course so people can feel free to download it. But if anyone has any questions with this, this is the only thing that I do at PickFu is get to really dive into these research projects. So if anyone ever has a question, feel free to hit me up, anthony@pickfu.com. So let's start with this framework real quick, and that's what is conversion optimization. And so, as you probably already know, success on Amazon is going to come down to really two key factors, right? You've got traffic, that's the number of people that you can actually get to come to your listing, and then you have conversion. This talk is going to focus solely on conversion. Kind of like Adam was saying earlier that, hey, I wish I was the expert on everything. I'm really not good at all on the traffic side. I understand the basis of PPC, but it is not my specialty. Conversion is really what I focus on, and it's really the only thing that I would say that I'm an expert on. And when I'm talking about conversion, I'm really talking about what can we do as sellers to increase the probability that when someone lands on your listing, that you're actually going to get them to click add to cart, that you're going to get them to take a buying action. And so for me personally, I look at conversion rate as the most important metric, and that really comes down to a few key points. First and foremost is the more that you're converting, you're going to see higher direct sales, right? That's kind of a no-brainer. But on top of that, as your conversion rate goes up and up and up, you're actually going to see lower ad spend. You're going to be spending less on your pay-per-click costs. But most importantly, the Amazon algorithm is based fundamentally on conversion, right? Amazon wants to see if we send traffic to your listing, if we put your ranking up higher, are you going to be able to consistently and reliably get people to click add to cart to buy the product? That's the number one metric that they're really looking for. And so the cool thing is there's all these different tools in your arsenal that you can use to increase your conversion rate. Now, one thing that is a statistic that I like to share that is really crucial to this presentation is that the average conversion rate for a Prime shopper is 74%. So just think about that for a second. Almost 3/4 of everyone who lands on a listing, if they're a Prime shopper, is going to end up buying the product. And the reason that's so important to emphasize is to really give you a baseline in terms of what's possible, right? We're going to talk about that a little bit in this presentation. The cool thing, like I was saying earlier, is that when it comes to actually getting a high conversion rate, there's all of these different tools in your arsenal that you can use. Now, I don't recommend trying to fluctuate your price. I don't recommend trying to really get too deep into reviews aside from what's legal and fair according to TOS. What I really like to focus on is winning based on visual differentiation, winning based on visual quality, because we all know price. If you're going just trying to compete on price, that's going to be a race to the bottom. We all know that there's review manipulation, and so if you're just focused solely on reviews, it's not a long-term strategy. But visual quality is that one thing that you can actually control, and it's one thing that the either other lazy sellers or potentially sellers from other countries, this is something that's actually, it takes work to do. It takes work to get right. And so you can really build a moat around your product just by focusing on visual quality and visual differentiation. And so when I'm talking about visual quality, what I'm really looking to do is to send a compelling and efficient visual message to a customer. What I want you to think about when you're thinking about either optimizing the design of your product or optimizing the look and feel of your listing is visual quality is going to come down to two components. 50% is how this thing looks, right? Just from a purely visual standpoint. And then 50% is about what information are you sending into the customer's brain and how efficient is that communication. And so that brings me to the crux of this framework, and that's how to hack your customer's brain. And so I like to start off with a little analogy here, right? Very similar to hackers in real life. And so if a hacker in real life, like what are they actually doing? What's their goal and what's their process? Well, first thing that they're going to do is they're going to gain access to your system, right? Like if I'm a hacker, I'm trying to get someone's, credit card, or I'm trying to get into their computer. First thing that I'm going to have to do is gain access to their system. And so maybe I sneak into their house, I grab the laptop, or I send some software that gets installed onto their computer, and it gives me access into the actual computer itself. Once I've gained access, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to start influencing what's going on. Maybe I'm going to go look around and try to find personal information. Maybe I'm going to change different settings. I'm going to start making these different actions to give me some kind of end result that I want. With the last step obviously being to profit, right? You're going to, I don't know, you're going to take some money, you're going to get some photos. I don't know really what hackers do. I'm not a hacker unless it comes to visual optimization hacking. The cool thing is that I see a very, very similar process to when we're actually working with customers, right? And there's many different ways here, and I'm going to go through some of those today on how we as sellers can leverage the same tactics, and I put that in parentheses, ethically, right? We're not really hacking anyone, but we're going to do this to boost your conversion rate and to boost your sales and to boost that connection that you have with the customer that's going to get them to buy. And it's going to be the same process: access, influence, and profit. So starting first with access, right? The cool thing is that when someone is shopping on your listing, right, when they're looking for a product, when they see your product from that first page of search results, the cool thing is you actually already have access to the most powerful computer in the world, and that's the human brain. Now you might be rolling your eyes and thinking like, okay, Anthony, what the heck are you talking about? And so I want to make a really important distinction here. And what you have to understand about how the human brain works is that the human brain is literally a giant graphics processor, right? Almost all of the information that's transmitted through the brain is visual. And in fact, the brain is doing this so fast, this is happening faster than you can even consciously realize. The human brain is going to process an image 60,000 times faster than text. And so basically what this means from the access standpoint is that the minute someone's in front of their mobile device, they're in front of their computer, and they're looking at your listing, as long as their eyeballs are open, their brain is automatically processing everything on that page, anything they're looking at the time, anything they're looking at the time, and that information is going straight into their brain, right? It's like you have a direct access point into the chief decision maker about whether or not they're going to buy the product. And you have a direct access point that can influence what they're going to do. So we've understood that the brain is visual. You have access when someone's on your listing. The next thing that we want to talk about is influence. And so the reason I gave this statistic earlier is to set a baseline, right? The average conversion rate for a prime shopper is 74%. And you'll see the text above is saying that a shopper with the intent to buy the product will buy your product, will buy a product. It's just a question of whether or not they buy your product. So I just want to really reiterate this. By the time that someone goes to Amazon, they type the product into the search bar, they have the intent to buy that product, right? If they're searching for a red spatula, they take out their laptop, they open up the phone, they type in red spatula into the search bar, they click into your listing or potentially a competitor's listing. You have to understand that they will 74% of the time on average, which means sometimes it's going to be higher, sometimes it's going to be slightly lower, 74% of the time they will buy a product. The question is, are they going to buy your red spatula or are they going to buy someone else's red spatula? And so when you take this into consideration, and this is why this is in the part about influence, is you have to understand that what your goal is you've gained access to the customer's brain. Your goal is now, you've got that direct line of communication. Your goal is to influence them to help their brain solve this equation, right? Someone's come to Amazon with the intent to buy a product, most likely because they have some type of problem, right? And then what their brain needs to satisfy is that, okay, I've got this problem, and then they have to ask themselves, will buying this product solve that problem? And then after I click that add to cart or that buy now button, after I click this, will I be better off? And so getting back to the point about the brain being a giant graphics processor, you have to understand that every second that the customer's eyeballs are open, every minute that they're scrolling through the listing, clicking through your image gallery, looking at what the physical product is itself, the brain is going through this checklist rather. And there's only two decisions. They're either going to buy the product or they're going to bounce, right? There's no middle options. It's just one of the two. And so the way that I've really broken down this checklist into the most simple form is this is what the brain is trying to solve on that checklist. They're trying to ask themselves, is this a reputable seller? Does this product have the features I need to solve my specific problem? Is this specific product, is your product better than the competitors? And then lastly, will I have any issues with this product after buying it? And I brought this up a little bit already, but the way that you're going to do this, the way you're going to influence the brain, two things, about 50-50. One, is this visually impressive? And two, how well does this thing that they're looking at the time, how quickly does this conduct the information into the brain, which allows them to make this checklist and to have their brain solve that equation. And so your goal as a seller is you want to, from the very minute that they see your product, right, you should be trying to engage them and convince them to consume as much visual content as possible. So starting with the actual product design itself, moving on to the main image, maybe your title, getting them into that listing, getting them through your image gallery, getting them through your A+ content, maybe watching some videos, looking at your reviews. What you have to understand is every second that the customer is looking at the information on your listing, right, what you're doing, you're gaining access and you're influencing their behavior on whether or not they're going to make that buying action in the end. So one really important distinction as well to understand is who is the shopper who's actually buying this product. And a lot of us have sellers, we have this expectation that the shopper looks like this, right? They're sitting there, they've got their laptop open, a smile on their face, and they've got their credit card out and they're ready to buy. But in reality, what's happening is when someone's shopping on Amazon, they're engaging in distracted shopping, right? They're not sitting there with their credit card out. What more likely is happening in reality is that they're very distracted. The phone's going off. The kids are running around in the background. The dog's barking. It's been a crazy year with COVID. And so the reality is that this person's very, very distracted, and you have a minimal amount of time to convey the information that you need before they're going to get bored, they're going to get confused, they're going to get distracted, and then they're going to bounce and end up buying a competitor's product. And so one of the methodologies that I really want you to consider when you're going through optimization, and it can be with your product, it can be with your listing itself, is you have to understand that as much as sellers, we would like to have every potential customer sit down in the chair and they're required to see every image in the image gallery, they're required to read every line of text we have and read our A+ content. The reality is that's just not what happens. If you can kind of imagine that 100% of the people obviously are going to see your main image, you would expect that there's going to be some kind of drop off by the time that you get down here to image number 6, or in some cases, image number 7. Same thing with your A+ content, same thing with your bullets, right? Not everyone is going to see everything. What my personal goal is I want to think, okay, I know that if I can show more things, if I can get someone all the way through my image gallery, if they can see my A+ content, if they can watch the video, the more things that I can get into my customer's brain, the higher probability that their brain is going to satisfy that checklist and they're going to click add to cart. And so what I'm constantly trying to do is to move this curve over and say, okay, instead of getting 10% of the people to the last image, how can I engage them, make the information simple enough so that they keep clicking through to get 50% of the people to see image 6, or maybe even better, to get 70% of the people to see image 6. And so just to reiterate, there's only two options for a potential customer. They're either going to bounce or they're going to buy. What you have to understand from a conversion optimization standpoint is that the default is not for them to buy the product. The default is for them to go to the page of search results, to open up 4 or 5 different tabs, and to look around, right? The default is for them to bounce. And so you've got to shift that over. You've got to influence them to see as much as possible, and you have to convince them to buy. I've shown this equation before. I think I've made the point, but you really have to help the brain solidify this checklist. Okay, I've got a problem. Buying this product is going to solve the problem, and after I buy the product, I'm going to be better off. I'm not going to have any issues. So we've talked about access, we've talked about influence, let's talk about profit, right? This is obviously the goal. We're here to make a little bit of money, hopefully create brands that are awesome brands that are going to be around for a long time and people are really going to love as well. And so the profit side is really metrics driven. And when I first started giving different versions of this presentation about 1.5 years ago, the advice that I would give to people is to say you should have a base conversion rate of about 8%, a good conversion rate of about 20%, and a great conversion rate of about 40%. As time went on and people started to take this stuff more and more seriously, I've seen these numbers jump, right? Up to even a 65+% of a great conversion rate. Now this is going to probably, maybe if you're currently selling, maybe you've been selling for a while, you might see this. This is the numbers that I'm actually recommending now. Back when I used to have my agency, we could get people onto the first page of search results reliably with a 45% conversion rate. You can still do that. In some categories, you might be able to actually get on page 1 with 45%. But what I'm really trying to target now is about a 65 to an 85+% conversion rate. And I'm going to give you some tactics on how you can actually do that. Now, if you're sitting there and you're like, this is just nuts, right? This is not possible. Just try to remind yourself that the average conversion rate for an Amazon Prime shopper is 74%. So a real target conversion rate of 65%, it's not so crazy if you think about it. Remember, if someone's shopping, if they've made it to your listing, unless you have a very expensive, a technical product or something that's, you know, like a home decor item and someone's searching for some kind of decoration they're going to put in their home, obviously they're going to shop around. They're going to try to figure which one is best for them. But if you're selling a very simple product that solves a very simple purpose, it would make sense that if someone gets to your listing and you can convince them, help their brain to satisfy rather that checklist, it would make sense that you could get conversion rates of 65+%. I'm going to give some examples of how to actually do this later, but this is actually from a screenshot of my seller account. And this is unit session percentage. Amazon inside of their platform doesn't really say conversion rate, but they give you this unit session percentage. And so just to show that this is possible, and I'll give you some examples of how you can actually get your unit session percentage above 100%, but you'll see these are all pretty high, and this is across a pretty diverse product line. And we're going to walk through some of these examples today. So the good news, though, is that as a seller, you've got plenty of tools in your arsenal. There's all these different things that you can optimize to really get that information into the customer's brain and really up that conversion rate. And we're going to cover all of these today. So that was the first half of the presentation. I think we're doing okay on time. This is going to be strategies, right? These are the things that you can actually start doing right now to go and get this done. So let's start off with main image. So a lot of these are things that I've either learned myself. I get to support a lot of our customers at PickFu, and we work with all of the big aggregators. We work with some of the largest sellers in the space. In fact, the majority of the top Amazon 500 sellers are using PickFu aggressively. And so all of these things, you're going to see examples of PickFu polls on the screen, but I promise it's not just one example. I've run these time and time and time again, and it's always the same stuff. So number one is, with your main image, allow the customer to visualize the product in action. So think again about, okay, we're trying to get as much information into the customer's brain as possible. So it's very easy to see why option A is so strong, right? Even if someone has the intent to buy, they've landed on the first page of search results, if they see option B, how much information is that transmitting to the brain, right? It's like this product on a white background. Is this a tool I might find in my workshop? No, option A is very clear. This is clearly used. You're going to rotate this handle and you're going to peel off the exterior of the apple. And in fact, you're actually going to slice the apple into pieces, right? It's got these bright green apples. It's very visually impressive. It takes your eyes to the listing. And so what I'm going to do is, when I'm trying to optimize these different things, I'm going to try different versions. And kind of what I saw in this PickFu test is the good version is just the product on the white background. The better version is, okay, we're showing the apple being peeled, and then the best version is not only the apple being peeled, but now we've got the stack of apples to the right-hand side, and they're much more vibrant. They're much more green. They're really eye-catching. And so think about what we were saying earlier. You've got these two halves of conversion optimization. You've got visual appeal, and you've got transfer of information. And so it's very clear here to see that this is achieving both of those. It's not only visually appealing, but it's transferring very clear and easy to understand information about what this product does, right? Faster than your customers is even going to realize this is happening. Their brain is going to process that, and it's going to understand what it's looking at right away. And so the cool thing is that you can come up with many different versions to actually test, right? All three of these images are trying to show the product in use for this hula hoop. But what you'll notice is that there's strong preference when we ran a PickFu poll to option A, right? And why is this? I don't always necessarily know why something is going to win or if something's going to win, but when you go and read the feedback in the PickFu polls, what they're going to say is that they like to see the woman's face. They see the full body shot. It's much more holistic, right? And so I'm going to try to think about these things when doing these optimizations for main image. The other thing that you can do with your main image to make some serious gains is just try different positioning and the layout of the product itself. Again, when I ran this poll, I wasn't necessarily sure which one was going to win, but it came back that option B was the winner, right? And basically what we've seen time and time again is that if you can have a very clean and symmetrical layout of the product that clearly shows everything that's included, that has anything that's text-based up to the front, it's not only going to be more visually appealing, but again, think about how clear this is transmitting information into your brain. I can see the derma roller, I can see the beard wash, I can see the beard, I can't really see the beard oil and the beard balm, right? Maybe I would even shift that bottle a little bit over so I could transmit more clear information into the customer's brain, right? These are very, very small tweaks, and you might seem like when you're going through this optimization process that like, what am I even doing? Is this really going to move the needle? And the answer is yes, it does move. It definitely does move the needle. Another best practice is whenever you can, try to include packaging in your main image, right? We all know that Amazon Terms of Service does not allow text to be in your main image. So a really clever way around that is by putting your packaging in. And so this glow-in-the-dark blanket is a great example, right? Option B and option A are very, very similar. The difference is now we've got that text there. And so when someone's looking at this, they've typed in glow-in-the-dark blanket into Amazon, right? And now the first thing that they see, one of the images in search results, are the words that they're expecting. They know they're going to see a glow-in-the-dark blanket, but now that information is getting right into the brain. So not only is it more aesthetically pleasing, but it's doing a better job of transmitting information. What I like to do as well is just mess around with different small variations. This is just purely for aesthetic appeal in this example, but we've got this dog chew toy. And right now I'm trying to see, okay, I've got this white dog or I've got this black dog, right? I don't know why the black dog is winning. I think I could even go find examples of dogs that are cuter. I think I could go in with renders and make that dog toy in the dog's mouth look much more realistic. But the point is, again, 50-50 here in terms of what's important in images. This one's focusing on aesthetic appeal. So how can I make this more aesthetically pleasing? One key thing that I do really like to emphasize here, because this is a question I get all the time, is people say, well, like, Anthony, can you really do this in your main image? I thought you were just supposed to show the product on a white background. You can't have props in there. You can't have a dog. You can't show the packaging. And I hate to say it, but it's just not true, right? If you actually look at the terms of service, it is slightly different depending on what product category, but a very common version of the terms of service you'll see is this. And I've highlighted the words that are very, very important. And what they say specifically about the main image is that the image must not contain gratuitous or confusing additional objects, right? And so this is coming from a little bit of perspective as a former Amazonian. One thing I can tell you is when I was working there, they drilled into your head every single day that the goal of Amazon is to be the most #1 customer-centric company in the world. So how can you take this and apply this to what you're doing and navigating TOS? Is ask yourself, is what I'm doing in my main image, is it intentionally distracting? Is it clickbaity? Is it not adding much value to the customer? Or is it helping them to actually make a better buying decision? Right? Helping them to better understand what's going to be in the listing if I click into this image. And if you're erring on the side that is actually on the side of customer centricity, I think the reason Amazon allows so many of these, what people would say are main image violations, is because it actually does a better job of communicating what the product does, and it gives a better buying experience. It's not clickbaity, it's not distracting. So a really big takeaway that, go ahead, yep.
Oh, so actually, sorry. It's funny that you flipped to this page. I was just going to say, and sorry to interject, but like, I also look when I'm looking at, call it grayish areas, or maybe not purely letter of the law terms of service. There's a difference between jaywalking and murder when it comes to Amazon. Where if I'm like paying Anthony, he's my brother, and we use the same computer, and he gives me a review, like that's the Amazon equivalent of murder, and it's very hard to come back from. But jaywalking, it's kind of like they'll suppress it, and then as long as you have alerts, which we talk about in the course in the operations module, you can get another image back up in 10 minutes, and then you're good to go. I was going to say that on the last slide, but it looks like you're just going to say that on this slide. But I think we're obviously perfectly aligned when it comes to this.
No, and Adam, that was a perfect interjection there too, because this is a point that I think really should be made. I've had many, okay, so here's the takeaway, right, is that main image TOS violations, they do not result in performance notifications. You're not going to get suspended. The only thing that's going to happen is the image that is in violation is going to get suppressed, and then you're going to have to put up a new one, right? So as long as you've got a backup image ready, you're good to go. It's not going to be any problem. And like Adam said, if you've got alerts set up, you can get a new one up almost right away. I've gotten many images suppressed. On a regular basis, we get images suppressed. We upload things that we know are on the gray area, and we just keep uploading it until it goes through. And then like magic, after 20 different tries and moving things around, it ends up working. And so again, err on the side of caution. I'm going to give you some tips though about how you can actually avoid even having the images suppressed. what you have to understand about these terms of service violations for main images is there's not someone sitting on a computer manually going through and doing these. This is a computer automated bot that goes through and it's searching for two things. It's searching for white space and it's searching for text. And so in this example here on the left-hand side, this would be extremely risky because the bot is going to go through, it's going to see the white space and it's going to say, these are decals, right? This is against terms of service. Versus if you actually have this is what we call eye candy. If you have the eye candy and it's connected digitally to the product, the bot is going to have a much more difficult time of identifying that these are actually separate items, and it's going to think it's all part of the product, right? So I want to be very clear. This is very risky. This is much, much less risky. Like I say, I'm consistently on my brands. I'm pushing the lines to see what Amazon is going to allow stand up. If you're in your product category and you're seeing a lot of people do this, right? Clearly Amazon is not either enforcing it or they think it's actually better for the customer. And so what I always recommend doing is feel free to come up with a version that's a little bit less safe, but then have a backup ready to go. So like we were saying earlier, if your main image gets suppressed, no problem, you get that notification and then you put up the one that's very safe, right? Very low risk to do. Another really interesting thing that I've seen recently that people are doing more and more, I saw this for the first time about 8 months ago, is that people are putting on this image eye candy, but it looks like it's actually part of the product. And so when I first saw this, I actually thought that it was hard to tell that this 22 grams of protein in this mint chocolate chip wasn't part of the product packaging, but it's actually not. And so what's very interesting here is they've got the product, but they've taken two really big factors of the product and they've put it in a way that, again, lets the brain really process what's going on, right? What's the flavor? How much protein in this? And what's very interesting about this is when I found this example like 8 months ago, and I just spent hours searching through Amazon trying to figure out like, okay, what are people doing? Like what's cool? What could potentially work for my own products, or, you know, what can help out our clients? What was very interesting is like a handful of months ago, they were the only people actually doing this. But now if I go to the search results for this product, which is this whey protein, so many people are doing this with now trying to put this extra thing on to trick the bots. We're also seeing more and more people doing what I call is like hyper realistic packaging. And so obviously these cutting boards are not actually shipped in this manner. They're not going to be 3 wide. That would destroy your dimensional weight. But what they're doing is they're kind of making this packaging wider and making the products wider so that they can put some really important information about the product, right? I want to emphasize this is not real, but it works, right? And why does it work? Because it's giving you that extra text. It's showing the logo. It's showing the color variations that this product is available in. I've seen this more and more. I actually bought these bamboo cutting boards for myself, and it doesn't ship with this. But the thing is, if you're selling a product that's pretty high quality, you gotta think about what does someone do with the packaging when they get it. I don't actually really recommend doing this. I recommend spend the extra few cents and really put a packaging wrap on there. But it is something to think about of if maybe I'm thinking about adding new product packaging, could I go and put my main image to display product packaging? Then I find that it's doing very well, and then, you know, change my inventory items. I've been seeing this more and more with people using this to test different versions of their packaging. So again, I wouldn't go from no product packaging to showing packaging in your main image. But if I had a more outdated version of this packaging and I'm like, now I want to try something new, then I could go and potentially put up a render, see how the new one does, and then print the packaging after that. What I will say is there's this new tool inside of Amazon, which is called Manage Your Experiments. And what I've found here is that because there's a human that actually approves the experiment itself, you have to type out what your experiment is about, and you have to type out a hypothesis. It's more likely that you're going to be able to push this line on gray area. And when you're doing this, when you're writing out your hypothesis, think about how you can write it in a way that the Amazon staff has been trained, likely in terms of their TOS. So if you're going to go and do this and you're going to push boundaries and maybe try to test a few different options of your product packaging from your managed experiments when you're A/B testing inside of Amazon, I'm not going to say, hey, I want to try a green version of this packaging versus an orange because it's going to make me more money. You're going to say, I'm going to look to test a green version of the packaging because this is going to more relate to what the product is. It's going to give a better buying experience to the customer. Whatever words you can use to think from a customer centricity standpoint is much more likely to get approved because there's someone somewhere in the world that's approving these, and they're going to be like, okay, I'm reading the hypothesis. They're going to look over And I remember at Amazon, they would have literally training guides at every station of anyone working anywhere. And they're going to have like a little SOP that they're following. And when they see certain words, they're going to be like, oh, they want to make things better for the customer, approve, versus like, I'm here just trying to make money. So think about that. It's like a little insider hack. The last thing I'll say here is a concept that I call creative convergence. And it's basically the thought that on the Amazon platform, over any long enough time frame, sellers are going to start to do the exact same thing. And so the point here is to move quickly, because these optimizations, anything you're doing, especially with main image, they're very easy to copy. And I'm going to show you an example here. So about a year ago, maybe about a year and a half ago, when I first did this presentation, I found examples of a massage gun on page 1 that had the left image for their main image, right? And there was a few people that had the more well-designed main image, where it was like the product, the case, and all the different attachments. If I go to page 1 today, this is what I'm going to see, right? Everyone doing the exact same thing. So the motivation is, if you are selling in a product category and your first page of search results doesn't look like this, go and move quick, because 6 months to a year from now, it's going to all start to look very, very similar. And so if you can get a gain there, you can increase your ranking, increase your BSR, like whatever you're looking for, I would recommend move quick, because yeah, there's going to be some point of creative convergence. The next thing I want to talk about is product packaging. I recommend starting this and investing in this as early as you possibly can in the product launch cycle. I find, in my personal opinion, that product packaging is potentially one of the things that can give you the highest ROI dollar for dollar spent, and really create a brand that's going to be valuable and potentially good for selling later down the road. And so we have a really great example, a case study that we did with Thrasio. I'm sure most people have heard about Thrasio. But basically, the case study is this. They acquired this brand, Angry Orange, for $2 million, and they had this product packaging on it, right? I think a lot of us would be really happy to have a $2 million brand, but they bought this, and they're like, okay, we're going to make this better. And one of the first things that they did was they optimized the product packaging. And when they optimized the product packaging to this design on the right-hand side, overnight, their sales went from $2 million to more than $20 million. And so, okay, when I'm going through the product development phase, when I'm designing my product packaging, what a lot of people are going to say is like, okay, cool, I'm going to do what Thrasio did. I'm going to go and make this bright, beautiful orange bottle. I'm going to go to a designer and I'm going to say, make me a beautiful bottle. And they think that that's actually how it works. But in reality, this is what Thrasio actually did. They didn't just go and say, make me one version of the bottle. They went and said, go make me a whole bunch of different versions. I think they went through 15 plus PickFu tests, testing all these little different configuration, these different core elements on the bottle to see what did people like, what did people not like, how could we add more of what people liked and get rid of the things that people didn't like. And so the end result was this. They started at this bottle here with a bunch of crazy different font faces, this very strange, but I guess an angry orange. They've got all of these words for their common use cases, all of this text, just like a ton of information, way too much to be absorbed by the brain. And then if you look at the new bottle, of course, yeah, it's got this bright orange bottle. It looks really clean. It looks really good. But what they noticed is that, and this was from running a lot of PickFu tests, what they noticed is that the brand name Angry Orange really didn't need to be very big. In fact, what people were much more interested in seeing were the words odor eliminator, what the product actually does. They didn't need to list out all of the use cases at the bottom, because what they found in research was that people were most using this as a pet deodorizer. So instead of showing all of the use cases, they just showed the dog and the cat as an icon, right? And so what can you do to simplify the information, right? To give better and faster transmission of information into the customer's brain? And how can I do that while making it more visually appealing? And so, yeah, this is like with all creative process in general, but specifically with packaging, specifically with product design. Don't just go with the first thing that you see. If you're sourcing and launching a new product and they're like, this is the packaging that we use, that your manufacturer sends, don't just take that and be like, okay, cool, I'm going to use this. Go and say, okay, this is a good starting point, but how can I make what the manufacturer has given me, how can I make that much better? How can I make it better for visual appeal and aesthetics? How can I make it better for flow of information? And so if you change your team's creative mindset to focusing on high volume of variations, not just giving me one option, but multiple options that I can kind of work through, you're going to have much better results. And what you're... Am I good? And what you're going to find here is like, if you're running PickFu tests to help determine, I really recommend using PickFu early on in your process. It'll save you a lot of money. It'll save you from getting a lot of inventory that ultimately won't sell. But basically what you want to do is you want to put this up into PickFu, and you want to have your old or original design. And ideally, once you've gone through some variations, your new version should beat your old version about 70-30. That's what I'm really looking for. This was an exceptional example of when the new creative assets actually beat the old ones 90% to 10%. I think that probably has something to do with their success. If you're getting to the point where, let's say you're optimizing your packaging and you're getting something closer to a 50-50 split, what that probably means is that the two options that you have are quite similar. And either they're both really good, right? Or they're both about the same. So if I'm like trying to change my packaging and I'm going from this to this, maybe I'd say I would try to keep optimizing this version until this one's going to beat this one by 70-30. I'd try to keep really diving into that. And you can use that anywhere throughout your product development process, but packaging is a good place to start, because once you do your packaging, I see all the time sellers launch a product, they go with like some really boring packaging, and then they're like, why isn't my stuff converting? And now they have to sell, like, you know, their MOQ is 500 or 1,000 units, and now they have to sell through all of that before they can even change their packaging. They've lost that honeymoon period. Packaging, especially if your product is the packaging, like a supplement, consumer packaged good, this is something you want to get right from the beginning. Okay, so the next section here is all about infographics. I'm going to roll through these pretty quick. The biggest tip that I can give you, and it's going to relate heavily into the things that I've talked about earlier, is apply the 5-second test to see which graphic is going to convey the clearest message. Again, think, we got visual appeal and we've got flow of information. And the whole concept behind the 5-second test is, if I take this graphic and I show it to someone who has no knowledge of the product, and I let them look at it for 5 seconds, and then I take it away and I say, what was the point of this graphic? If they tell you an answer that is like far different from what you thought it should be, then what do you think is going to happen when someone who's just seeing your product for the first time lands on the page? They're in that distracted environment. Do you think they're going to retain the messages? Do you think their brain is going to be able to digest the information and then check off those boxes in the head? Probably not. And so what I've done here is all 4 of these graphics are trying to do the exact same thing. They're trying to show the hot and cold insulating capabilities of this water bottle. And then you'll notice that option C is the winner, right? This does the best job of combining aesthetics and flow of information, right? Again, think about, now you're at that influence part. You want to influence how the customer is making decisions. A big factor of this product is hot and cold insulating capabilities. Option C is the winner. And so this is something you can go and do right now if you're currently selling, is if you've got an infographic, go find the equivalent version of that infographic on your competitors' listings, put it into PickFu and see how it handles, right? If it's like at the bottom, go and see, why do people like, you know, let's say you're option D, this is your infographic, and this is like your top competitor, right? Maybe it's a little bit of a slap in the face, but don't think, hey, I'm terrible, I'm awful. This is a really good opportunity, because now you can go through and you can read the responses on the PickFu results, and you can see, why do people like this so much? How can I take this information and how can I apply that to my own graphic? Why do people dislike this one so much? How can I take that information and make sure my graphic avoids having those same pitfalls? I think I actually have a better example of the click test in here, so I'll hold off on that. It's a few slides down. Again, thinking about not just visual appeal, but also flow of information. Can anyone guess here why the image on the right is going to be better than the image on the left? Well, it's because it goes above and beyond to explain the context of the photo, right? Both of these are health-related products, and it's trying to show you that with their product, right, which is obviously the one that shows more, you can eat more of these things, and it's going to be the same as eating less of the unhealthy option. But the reason this one is so much more powerful is it doesn't rely just on the images to make that happen. It shows you exactly here. It doesn't make the brain do any calculations here. It's like straight information. Okay, 5-second test. If I'm going to give the one on the left to someone versus the one on the right, which one do you think I'm going to have a higher probability that someone's really going to understand what the graphic is? Obviously the right. And so think about this, right? It's like just saying, okay, both piles have the same amount of sugar. They've got their healthy Sour Patch Kids, and then they've got, you know, real Sour Patch Kids, right? And so think, how can I create something that's visually impressive, but how can I, more importantly, transfer that information as quickly and as efficiently into the brain to help the customer check those boxes in their head? A really good point, too, is if you're still using these graphics on the left, these competitor comparison graphics, my agency used to make a bunch of those back in the day. I do not recommend this anymore. There's there's way too much going on, and I really don't believe that anyone believes that all three of these competitors are like completely terrible and yours is completely amazing. Stick to one singular feature, right? And so this is a good example of this phone holder, and it's showing like, okay, ours isn't going to block the view, theirs is going to block your view. One singular thing, easy for the brain to digest, visually appealing, done. Really easy to set up too. You can do this for like, very little effort. You can take this slide, send it to your designer and say, make us this for this feature of the product. Just ours versus theirs product, or a verse in the middle. Very easy to do, very effective. As well, too, if you're ever making a sizing infographic, I always recommend giving a visual reference point. Our brain doesn't really think in terms of like how big is 0.4 inches, how long is 2 feet. What it does think about is reference points of how big is something relative to something we know. So 0.4 inches means much more if I'm showing it between someone's fingers, right? 2 feet means much more if I'm showing it in relation to like, okay, that's like a pretty long desk. And so now, again, having the customer check off the boxes in their head, you can say something's 0.4 inches, but if I show how slim it is, it's like, okay, I'm thinking about putting this thing in my pocket. It'll fit. Oh, I'm thinking about using this cable on my desk or on my nightstand, and it's like far away. Okay, cool. This is going to be suitable for my needs. If there's any doubt there, or if there's any confusion, remember, the default is not for the customer to buy. The default is for the customer to bounce. So don't make the brain have questions. Don't make it have confusion. Don't make it have any doubt. Another thing that you can do, if you remember the slide I showed earlier of like the drop off in terms of who's going to view your images and what percentage of people are going to view your images, a really great thing you can do is either applying branding across your image gallery or having some kind of consistent theme. It's going to make it feel much more like a slideshow. They're much more likely to keep clicking to see all 6 or 7 of your images versus if they're a bunch of scattered images that don't look like they're related and there's different colors and there's a whole bunch of different things going on. They might only get 1 or 2 images in and be like, their brain's not going to see what's going on. This is too confusing. And then what are they going to do? They're going to bounce and they're going to go to a competitor listing. Another really great way that you can work with how the brain already works is these before and after scenarios, right? Like your brain wants to see this like end result of things. And so this is a really great graphic here. It's showing very easily the before and after of using this car vacuum. And so it's a very, like, obviously this is what the before is, this is what the after is. And so imagine you're trying to sell a dish selling rack. If I wanted to create a very simple template, I would show, like, put the rack in the middle, and then I would show like, okay, before, your kitchen's going to be super dirty and disorganized. After, everything's going to be really clean and organized, right? The brain is obviously going to gravitate to be like, that's how I want my life to be. That's how I want my kitchen to be. This is how I want my car to be. And I know what my car looks like right now. Like, I've seen between the seats. I've got kids. They'll relate to that. And so when they see this, their brain's like, okay, key thing, is this going to make my life better? Yes, right? It's going to get rid of those gummy worms and the pretzels and the salt and the dog hair or whatever it is, right? And it can do all of that. So work with the brain. The other thing too is when you're making these what I call anatomy graphics, don't just say what the feature is of the product. Explain why it matters. Explain why they should care. And so this is a really great example here. Like, they're not just telling you extension tube. They're telling you, okay, why do I care about an extension tube? I care about it for under seats, cracks, and crevices, right? Again, don't make the brain do any extra thinking. Just give it all to them. Here's the feature. Here's why it matters, and do that in the graphic itself. Another really great thing that you can do, just a template for an infographic, is allow the customer to visualize various in-use scenarios. And so if I've got this posture corrector here, what I want to have happen, if someone is searching for the product, they're getting a posture corrector, and they're like, I'm going to use this at the office. What happens? They look at this, and they're like, oh, there's the office. This product is for me. Let me add it to my cart. I'm going to use it for sports. Okay, that's for me. Let me go and add it to my cart. A very simple graphic to make. Put the product in the center, 4 different scenarios. Don't have to be custom lifestyle. You can just use stock photos. The brain is going to reference. It's going to understand that, okay, we're talking about using this posture corrector for the office. You don't actually have to go and, show someone with the posture corrector on. The brain's going to make that gap. I think this is the last one I have here in terms of infographics, and this is just another really great thing to do. Amazon Terms of Service is very strict that you cannot put customer testimonials in your graphics, and it's not because they don't want you showing off your best reviews. It's because they're worried that the specific review that you've put up could have been potentially manipulated. It could be taken down, and it's the same way that they don't want you to put something related to your pricing in your graphics. They want the graphics to be things that are actually true. And so this would be very, very risky. What I've found myself doing, and these convert very well, is instead of putting in a customer review, I'm going to put in a picture of the product, I'm going to put in 5 stars, and then I'm going to put in just a couple of words that are related to key objections related to the product. So for Omega Fish Oil, love the taste, no stinky breath, bottle lasts forever, 5 stars. I don't need to go and put a like verified Amazon 5-star review. The brain's going to put this all together. And in fact, instead of just showing one thing that is positive about your product, you're going to show, potentially 2 to 3 different ones. It's very minimal, very easy to digest. And it's going to help the customer check that last box at the bottom was, am I going to have any issues after buying this product? And this is helping to overcome all of those objections. Like, oh, sweet, this Nordic Naturals fish oil, this is the one to get because I was actually worried about the bad breath. I was actually worried about the taste. I was actually worried if this is a big enough bottle for me. Now I've overcome 3 of those objections, and I've done that with one single graphic that's very easy to digest and somewhat visually appealing. I just made that in Google Slides here, so your designer can do much better. If you want some tips on how to get a higher than 100% unit session percentage, this is a slam dunk and it works really well for certain products. What you have to understand is that Amazon doesn't give you a conversion rate metric. They call it unit session percentage. And it actually means that like how many people come onto the listing versus how many people buy the product. And so for example, if you have 2 visitors and they make 1 purchase, that's a 50% unit session percentage. 1 visitor, 1 purchase, 100, and 1 visitor, 2 purchases, 200%. And so some of these products that we have that are very, very high conversion rates, you'll see that we're getting like a large portion of sales from B2B, right? Like almost 40%. And so what we're going to do there is like in my second image, if I'm just trying to boost up unit session percentage, a product that I was working with recently was like nitrile gloves. And there was a lot of hair salons that were using these for hair salons. And so we would make the second graphic specifically related to B2B sales. And we'd say like hair salon owners, purchase 2+ orders and you'll get special business pricing. Anyone can get this pricing. You just add 2+ orders on. But what it's going to do is it's going to encourage someone to buy more. When we get into the holidays for Q4, if you have a giftable item, I had a product recently, one of my own personal products, and it was, well, I won't get into it too much, but basically it was like, there was something to be done, and I was like, we created a graphic, and it was like, friends don't let friends not have this product. It was better than that, but I don't want to reveal what the product was. But basically, we're going to use that as the second graphic when we get around to the holidays with the sole purpose of driving up this unit session percentage. Because what did we say earlier? The key factor in terms of Amazon and how the algorithm is actually calculated is related to conversion rate, is related to unit session percentage. So if I can get these bad boys up like, 50, 60, 70, 80, even 100+%, that's going to be like very hard for my competitors to compete with. I was showing an example of a click test earlier. This is definitely the last example for infographics, and I haven't shared this very often. In fact, I only shared this earlier today at another talk, so this is very new stuff. How do you actually determine what your image order is, right? You've gone through, you've optimized, you've created things that are visually appealing, you've created things that have a good flow of information, but how do you actually determine what order to put your images in? And so here's a recommendation that I'll make. I don't sell this product. I don't think this person's a PickFood client. I went earlier today, I downloaded the 5 images, aside from their main image, but the 5 infographics they had in their gallery. And what I did is I just put them into a Google slide. I guess I'm revealing a little bit right now. But what I did is I dropped them into a Google slide and I just put little number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on this. And then I uploaded it into PickFood under a test that we have called a click test. And basically, I asked the question, which 2 images in this gallery would be most effective in convincing you to purchase these meat claws? And then people are going to click on their top 2. And so basically what I've done here, if you're in PickFood, you can actually drag over this and it'll show you like, 35 clicks, like 67 clicks. It'll show you the exact number. And then I'm going to order my images to match that, right? So I believe it was like this one was first, this one was second, this one was third, this one was fourth, this one was fifth, right? So you don't get this kind of information inside of Amazon. They don't give you this, but this is a great way to understand, okay, again, if someone is going to, 100% of people are going to see the main image, there's going to be some drop off. How can I make sure that the most important and the most impactful graphics are going to be first in the gallery, right? Or earlier on in the gallery. That way, if someone only gets 3 through, they've seen this one, they've seen this one, and they've seen this one. They can drop out over the next 2, but they've already seen the top 3 points, or at least what people feel are the most impactful. So that's a pretty good tip there. Okay, we're getting close to the end here. Lifestyle images. Adam, I hope I'm okay on time. Am I good to keep going?
Man, keep going. Yeah, as long as you need. You're hitting like, not even home runs. You're hitting grand slams after grand slams.
I'm so happy to hear it.
Dude, you're a legend.
Cool. We'll keep this
keep
train
on doing
rolling.
it.
Next one is lifestyle images. Lifestyle images are really cool, but they're only really cool if you do them right. And so the thing about lifestyle images is they can also be pretty expensive. I'd recommend thinking about, hey, how much are your product costs, your inventory costs? It's worth something investing in. But if you're working on a limited budget, probably one of the best ways to get really effective lifestyle is from what I call either a monochromatic or a textured flat lay. And all this means is that you've got the product, you've got it on a solid background. Monochromatic just means one. You're going to drop the product there, you're going to put in some relevant props, and then you're going to take this top down. Almost any photographer can do this. You can actually do this with an iPhone. I've seen some people on TikTok that just do this crazy work, and all they're doing is just a little shadow box, a flat background, and they're just dropping these props on. So this is really, really easy to do. You can also do it with a textured surface, like here. Just go to a Home Depot, go to a Lowe's, and go buy fake wood, go buy fake marble. You can get real ones if you want, but I'm telling you, you can't tell a difference in photography. But just drop the product on there, right? Put in some succulents, put in some other things. Very, very cheap, very, very easy to get great looking lifestyle. You can do this with a very limited budget. If you are really going to go do a lifestyle shoot, don't do it unless you're ready to invest in getting everything right. So focus on what's the location, what's the props, what's the model going to look like, is the model going to match my target market. You'll notice in both of these photos here, this is really well concepted. They're beautiful images, but they're not just like showing someone in a random park holding this. They're showing someone in this beautiful mountain range. Their gear that they're wearing matches this, right? You'll notice here that her headphones are matching with the bottle. The product is this food, this nutrition bar here, this RX bar, but everything here is contrasting. The background looks beautiful. And so if you're going to do it right. Another way that you can use PicFu, when I do lifestyle shoots, if I'm doing a real one, it's going to be pretty expensive to do. I might spend anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000 when it's all said and done, between like location fees and models and whatnot. And so this is actually from a case study that we did with Kevin King. We had 4 different agencies compete. They were looking to optimize his listing for this hand sanitizer brand, Germshark. And what one of the agencies did before going into the lifestyle shoot is they went and pulled like 3 different lifestyle images of people using hand sanitizer, and they asked which one of these scenarios is most relatable, which one do you prefer for using hand sanitizer in a public area, and people like this one. And so what the agency did is they took this as the inspiration. They knew people already had a connection to the way this looked, and then they went and recreated it, but they took it to the next level, right? They made the nails look better, they made the purse, the outfit, they really focused on the small details in the shoot, and the end result was, I think, pretty good. Another last little quick example here is related to 3D renders. And so I advise for a 3D rendering company, and I'm really excited at the work we get to do. 3D renders are basically a way to make a visualization, a digital visualization of basically what you would do with real photography. And so there's some really cool things that you can do here. And what I really like about 3D rendering is that you can go and create, like I was saying earlier, these high volume variations, not just going and getting one option, but getting multiple options for how you can do something and see what the customer likes the best. And so we had a client that wanted us to put a supplement store, and they wanted it to look like a pop-up in an open air mall. And so this was like a very rough concept that we started off with, right? Creating the store. None of this is real. Even the background, the background's a stock photo that we dropped it into, but obviously the store itself is not real. And then we played around with it a little. Well, I guess I don't have all the examples in here. I'll have to show you guys in another, I can do a whole nother talk on 3D rendering because we went through much more iterations on this, but we can play around with it. We also had this example here of we were using some stock photos, and normally what 3D rendering companies are going to do is they're going to get like a hand from another photo and try to get it around the product. But we were finding that with this spray bottle, it just wasn't working. We couldn't get the hand to look realistic. And so this is just the extent of what you can do with 3D rendering. The thing is that neither of these hands are real. They're actually based on a model that we bought. And so the model is really cool because you can adjust the hand position, you can adjust the thickness and the length and the, all these different factors about the fingers. And so you can make it look really realistic. And so the point is, like, you can do some cool stuff with 3D rendering. It's not that expensive. And the cool thing is, once you build out the model, like once you have this hand and it's working, once you have this store and it's working, you can change the factors at an unlimited level. It's really unlimited possibilities. This might not relate so much to, I don't know, maybe some people here are selling on Vendor Central, but just a quick tip is that if you are selling on Vendor Central, or if you have a dedicated account manager, you can actually go and put a 360-degree spin product render in your image gallery, and it doesn't take away from one of your images. It's actually something separate. It's called 360 view. And if you have a product that's like heavily interacted with by your hands, as is an example with this slime kit, we've seen this increase conversion rate by more than 70%, and that happens reliably. But you have to either be selling in Vendor Central, or you have to have a dedicated account manager. I think Amazon, they've been testing this for a couple years. I have a strong feeling, my prediction is that maybe, hopefully sometime in 2022, they're going to realize this is very valuable, and they're going to open this up to any brand registered seller. This is the last tip on infographics, is if you're selling a larger product line and you have multiple product variations, I try to reserve one of those images, at least ideally in the end of my gallery or somewhere in my A+, to showcase the entire product line, right? So this anchor, I know they've been stripped away. I don't think they're on Amazon anymore because they got in trouble. But basically they're showing the whole product line. So I might just be selling this charging block, but I'm trying to show like our brand sells all of these different things. And what's that doing? It's helping to build that reliability and the verification that, hey, I'm a legit seller. If I make and sell all these different colors of these yoga mats, then like clearly they can make one. Or if I'm selling all these different supplement brands, I'm more likely to think that it's going to be a reputable seller. Okay, so second to last section here, we have A+ content, and then we have video. This is a short section, but I will get right to the point, and that is that with A+ content, the name of the game is minimalism. Back in the day, we used to put so much information into our A+ content and a ton of text. That is not the way moving forward. What I always try to say is that you'll say more with a beautiful banner than you will with a paragraph. Seriously, right? If you're selling that red spatula, do you really need paragraphs and paragraphs of text to sell that thing? No, keep it simple, keep it visual, right? Keep it to things in terms of flow of information that the brain is going to be easily able to digest. This is an example of an A+. Go ahead.
Sorry, Anthony, I just wanted to interject there. First of all, I 100% agree. I think telling that visual story with words is what you want to do with A+ content. But I think another thing just for folks to understand is that the image alt text that we can attach to A+, and we'll do a video on this so you can see it, that will index. It's not the highest priority in terms of value for your optimization and organic rank, but in the listing optimizer, we've got, I think it's like 5 or 6 different areas of the listing optimizer. That's where the alt text would be. So what we used to use for subject matter, we can now use the alt text. I think it's 150 characters. Don't quote me on this. I'll kind of confirm. But long story short, you can actually use words in the back end of these images to help index for your listing, that can give you keyword optimization, that can give you organic rank. The purpose of A+ is to sell the customer and to convert the customer, and to stand out and differentiate yourself from the competition, because a lot of them either don't do it or they don't do it well. So don't worry about keywords at all. There's a way to integrate that, and we'll talk about that more in the listing optimization section so you guys know. But just wanted to caveat that don't worry about words for A+. Other than them tying into the visual story and selling the product to convert it.
Yeah, and that's a really great point, Adam. Like, and it's clear that the direction Amazon's going with this, right? And Amazon makes these changes based on what they see in their top selling accounts. And they're saying to you that, like, hey, we want you to prioritize. You don't need to put in all this text now. We're going to give you the ability in the back end to put some of these, some of these things that are going to help you with ranking and searchability. That they want you to focus on the visual side, because that's what the customer wants to see, right? They're trying to like cater to the customer. And so this is an example of an A+ content that's even more minimal, right? This is even more minimal than this. And so you can really scrap this down. And what I'm always encouraging my designers and my creative team to do is say, okay, we've got all of this stuff. How can we make this more visually appealing, but also how can we get a more concise transfer of information? Now, I will say that busy A+ layouts still do have a purpose, but they should be reserved for technical products. So this is, I think, from a GoPro. And so, like, yeah, that's pretty technical, can do a lot of different things. It's a little bit more expensive. But again, getting back to that red spatula example, Do you really need to like show all of these different things and say all these things about your red spatula? You know, probably not. What I've found is actually a really strong format and template for this A plus is, you know, you've got this really beautiful bold header that's going to catch attention, and then underneath that, like kind of under the fold of the A plus, are like 4 relatable situations with icons or photos where it's like someone can read this and be like, okay, I've been there, I've been there, I've been there. And the cool thing is with Manage Your Experiments, you can actually test your different versions of the A plus content. I recommend like switching one thing at a time, but try different versions of your header, right? Maybe it's on visual appeal, and then try to test those different relatable situations, whether you're testing the image, whether you're testing the icon. Just play around with that. It's free, it's easy to use, but it does take a lot of time. Those tests take a minimum of 1 month to execute. So like just get started on that, because if you can pick up 1% every month for 6 months, and your competitor doesn't do that, like they can't make up that time. It's going to take them 6 months to get to the same spot. So start testing. The last thing that I'll talk about today is video. First off, these pay-per-click videos, these Amazon advertising videos are very effective, especially in categories where your competitors aren't doing it, which is I think pretty still wide. More people have started to do it, but the best practices here are focus on what shows up in the search results as an ad. Is don't put a 90-second video in there. I think you can put up to 90 seconds, but don't do that. Keep it shorter, keep it to the point, and again, focus on flow of information. And so what I've found is that these text-based informational loops are incredibly effective. And so this is just 4 screenshots from a video that plays. This is a PPC ad for this product, and it really just rotates between these 4 things. And it's not just a static image, like the leaves are moving and there's some animations, but basically it's like on a 10-second loop, and it's just rotating between these 4 different screens. And so this is incredibly effective because now if someone's sitting there, they watch this 10-second loop, it's visually appealing, they're getting the really key important features of your product that you want them to see, and then it's just going to loop again, and they're going to watch it again and again. It's going to encourage them to click into the listing. So this is really effective. If you want to have something that's a little bit more, you know, showing the actual product, again, show the product in use, focus on the features, and keep it simple. You'll notice that both of these videos, they do not require audio to be understood. Same thing for this one, right? All it's doing is it's showing, this is for like some kind of fitness jump rope, showing the guy jumping rope, showing 3 features of the product, or 1 feature of the product. Girl jumping rope, feature of the product, right? It does that like 3 or 4 times, and it just does that on a loop. Just does it on a loop. Keep it really simple. Another really great tactic on video is focus on split screen presentation. These are very effective, and they're great for working on low budgets. You can go and get a video of someone, of your model, just in front of any kind of black background or even on a green screen. You just get some shots of the product in use, and then you're just going to combine this, right, with a stock video that is related to the feature, right? So the cool thing is my brain doesn't need to process. I see the words moisture wicking, I see the desert, and then I see these, you know, these gym boxers or whatever you would call the product, right? Like my brain doesn't need to do any extra work to understand that this is telling me if I'm wearing these boxers, they're going to do really good at wicking moisture, and it's going to be super dry down there, right? Super simple. It's visually appealing. It's cheap to do, and the brain is going to digest it. It's going to help them check the boxes or at least get into your listing. The last thing I'll say is that we've tested this a bunch, is that a spokesperson is almost always always going to convert better than a voiceover. And think about this, because I'm going to demystify something real quick, is like you can go to Fiverr or Upwork and you can get a professional voiceover in whatever accent you want, whatever language you want, and you can get that done for like $100. But if you go and spend $300 to $400, you can actually get someone that'll deliver your script speaking lines while like showing off the product and having some stock video, whatever you want to put in there. And it's the same way that in your listing images, you like to show faces. It's much better, rather than just hearing a voice in the background and showing some things related to your product. If you have someone speaking the lines, it just works much, much better. And so if you can, go from 100, get up to that $500 range, and you'll be very surprised with the voice talent that you can get someone as a spokesperson. And if they look similar to your target market and they're good at delivering lines, it's probably going to convert much better than a voiceover. And it's probably something your competitors haven't thought about. The last point I'll give here about video, this is also from the Thrasio example. They got actually Snoop Dogg to be a spokesperson for their Angry Orange brand. And so the thing that I want to make a point here is that a celebrity spokesperson is much more in reach than you think. And I'm not saying to go out and get Snoop Dogg, but like if you're, I don't know, if you're like getting that, well, spatula example is not good, but let's say you're selling like a fishing product. It would probably be much more reasonable than you think to go and contact like who is the top person in that niche market that people are going to recognize. This is for people with a little bit bigger budgets, but you're going to approach that person and you're going to say, hey, 15, 20 grand, could we go and make a video and we can also use some photos in this? And then when people see it, they're going to be like, oh my gosh, how did they get the fish guy in their stuff? And it's like, probably much more in reach than you think. So this is like if you're selling $1 million plus a year and you're diving into this, but that's what I'll say. And if you want to like get in touch with someone who's a celebrity spokesperson, you might not be able to get on Instagram and send them a DM and be like, hey, do you want to be my spokesperson? Go and work with an agency that does a little bit more volume. They'll probably be able to reach out and be much more effective. One that I really like, they're the best in the game for video production. They're called Chamber Media. They used to have only extremely expensive options, like really expensive options for video, but now they have these mini anchor packages, and it's much more reasonable priced for getting really good video creative done. So that's where I'm going to wrap it up today. Go ahead.
Sorry, I would start to interject. These guys are actually Utah based. I think they actually just got acquired, which is kind of insane. But they were kind of like the up and comers from the guys that did the Purple Mattress and all that. They came out of that kind of world, but they also have a course, I think, and I think it's pretty inexpensive on like if you want to go script and do your own video. So I'll maybe reach out to them. They're local, see if we can hook them up. But like a couple other hacks that I think are worth thinking about. We'll get into this in the influencer module, but influencers are awesome too for that like spokesperson-esque video. The other thing that it's getting harder and harder with reviews and inserts and all this stuff to kind of play that game, and I don't recommend it as much as I used to. But one thing that you can do is incentivize user-generated content. Oh, yeah. And then there's a little hack that we'll talk about that's obviously in the gray area, which is like, and why don't you go ahead and post, like, could you post that online, like if somebody sends it into you? But there's some ways to incent user-generated content from our actual customers that we can then use in video, in listing stuff, etc. But this is all awesome stuff. One thesis or theory that I have not tested. We're doing a golf brand example, Anthony, in this course, just as a, I don't know, hypothetical. Maybe we'll actually do it for real. But on the influence, what I've always wanted to do with these celebrities is actually offer equity versus paying them. So if you're on a budget, could you find somebody that's like maybe not like A-list, but like C plus or B, and be like, hey, I'll give you 2% equity in the company. I need you to do a post a month for us, and then let's see what we can do. I built $1 million Amazon brands, whatever your spiel is, but that might be another way on a budget to do it. But dude, and sorry to interject, it looked like it was the end of the deck anyway, but this is freaking mine. This is why when I was doing this course, I'm like, there's certain experts in certain fields, and like, you are just such a weapon and such a legend, dude. And thank you so much. I mean, literally I was going to do 4 or 5 different videos, and I think you just like knocked out this entire section on like listing visuals because it was so darn good. So thank you so much, honestly, man. It was incredible.
Yeah, Adam, I'm super happy to hear that. And I just want to reiterate what you said about user-generated content. Like, I've been spending some more time on Instagram watching Reels, looking at people's feeds, and it blows my mind how these people who are they're definitely not monetizing this stuff that they're doing. There's so many creative people, and like, I'm not one of those people. I can find some other people that can do it, but I'm blown away. And so I'm very confident. You're definitely right. Like, whether they're your own users or finding other people through other platforms, like, you can send someone a few $100 and that'll mean the world to them, and you'll get stuff that's better than an agency will give you.
Yep. And sometimes if it looks amateur or it's on an iPhone, sometimes that honestly converts better than like a glossy kind of okay done like professional shoot. So dude, so good. So I have like 2 questions that have racked up in my brain. And by the way, leave comments in this like actual video or in the Facebook group. If you guys have additional questions, we can totally kind of consolidate them for Anthony, because there may be more. But a couple things. Number one, offline, I don't know if you keep like a library of like links and examples of like, these guys make amazing listing images, these guys have amazing A+. But I think one thing I'm going to start doing is I'll start building a library of links. So Tony, I don't know if you have any like just in your war chest offline that you could send me. If you don't, totally fine. But I think I'm going to start consolidating a library of them, because I think that would be cool. So more, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can definitely send this slide deck. I've got more as well.
Cool.
That would be cool. There's one group on Facebook which is pretty good, and we partnered with them a while ago. I think it's like maybe like £2 a month. I don't know what the conversion is. Like, I don't know. It's like $3 a month to join. And I don't think don't tell me I told you this, but I don't think they actually charge anyone anymore. But it's called Amazon Creatives. And the guy basically goes and just tries to curate the best examples of infographics, A+ content. And that's actually, I get a lot of stuff from the presentations from there. It doesn't get much interaction in the group, and I wish someone would do a better job with it, of like having more people contribute. But there's some really good inspiration there, and you see stuff and you're like, that's good.
Okay, great. And then the last one, which literally could be $1 million question for some people, and totally fine with whatever you're open to share and not share, but who are the vendors that you have seen working in this world for a time and through your days at PickFood and stuff that you're like, hey, if somebody were to ask me, you know, my brother was starting an Amazon business, who would you recommend for 3D? Who would you recommend for lifestyle, for video? Do you have like a war chest of vendors that you're like, here's who I would put my name to?
Yeah,
I get
that
fine.
question all the time. So the simplest answer I can give you is that we have something on our website that I've been developing. It's called the PickFood Agency Program. And so if you could just go to agencies.pickfood.com, these are people that have gone through. We have a really quick certification process. They go through like an hour and a half of training, and then they can get PickFood certified. And all of them are quite good. Everyone on there is very, very good. A lot of people ask me for, leads to individual designers. This is a problem that I have for myself. I wish there was a better way to find them. The agencies there are really good. I mentioned a few through this presentation today. Chamber Media is next level. If you've got some more money and you want to do full service management, Leron's company, Incrementum Digital, is very good. I collaborate with them as well. There's this guy, Chris Rawlings, who has a company called Sophie Society. That's really good. If you need 3D renderings, I don't have any problem plugging my own company, which is called Fade Visuals. We definitely make very good renders. If you go to Fiverr, it's going to be $100 for like 4 times more expensive than that, but it's very high quality work. And most of those agencies are actually on the agency directory anyway. So just check that out. And what I would also do is, like, if I can give any advice on agencies, don't believe the portfolio. Any agency can have an amazing portfolio. Start with a small order first and see. The biggest thing you're going to run into with an agency, and I ran an agency for 2 years, and so I saw this even with our own projects. The biggest thing you're going to run into, agencies are incredibly inconsistent in delivering on time, and they can also be very inconsistent with the quality of work. And so if you do a project, start small. And if the first one goes very well and you're very happy, it's more likely that it's going to be better. But don't give them your whole product line right off the bat. Make them work for it, and find the good ones. You might have to go through a few agencies before you find one who can really serve the needs of your team.
Cool. Love it, dude. And I'm a huge fan of 3D. So I think what we'll do is, for one of the golf product ideas, just for fun, we'll do a 3D rendering of it, just so you guys can see what's possible.
Yeah, let's do it. I'll hook you up. I'll give you the one for free. Let's do a case study out of it.
Or whatever, I'll pay you, man. You've been awesome. So I think it would just be cool to see how it all works. And what's cool about, I think, 3D too, is if you're going to make molds and you're going to get really next level with product development, which is, I think, the era of Amazon that we're bleeding into. And you can do that inexpensively, and then there's some much more expensive ways to do that. But before you drop 10 G's on a mold, or $5,000 on a mold, or 20 grand or whatever, get a 3D done, go to PickFood, say, hey, is this actually compelling against some of these guys that are doing 80 grand a month on Amazon? If it's not compelling in 3D, that's a $300 lesson's better than a $10,000 lesson. So I think there's some ways to use it for product development iterations as well.
Maybe I have a whole deck that I can do on renders. It's definitely a great way to avoid risk in the product development phase, and there's some really cool stuff. I'd love to come back and do a talk on that, and maybe even do one on product development. But yeah, man, thanks for having me. This has been fun. I hope I didn't go too long.
No, it was totally fine. Well, let's do this then. I'll pick one of the ideas here. I'll think about it that I want to get rendered for this golf concept. And let's see what you guys can do, computer generated, and then we'll maybe go make the product and sell it. We'll see what happens.
Heck yeah, I'm excited.
Go. All right, brother. Thanks again. You're more than generous with your time and knowledge, and I think this is going to be one of the best videos in the course, and super appreciate all your time, brother.
Thanks so much, Adam.
All right, man. You bet. See ya.
All right, so we'd all like to have tens of thousands of dollars to do world-class photo shoots in California with models and with pro studio photography. But the reality is that we want to get world-class images and listings without having to pay for it. And one of the really cool, amazing things that's developed over the last couple of years is something called 3D rendering. Now you might think, hey, I don't want a cartoon representing my product that looks cheap, it's not going to fully represent it. But what I'm talking about here is 3D rendering done well. You cannot tell the difference between a real photo and the digitally enhanced 3D rendering. You get the lighting right with 3D renders, you can get really cool shadows, and it's photorealistic representation of your product. And what's really good about 3D renders is you can change the angle, you can change the situation, you can change the background, you can put it over stock photography. You have a lot more flexibility to get a lot of different images with just a singular cost of 3D renders. And the best place to look for inspiration on what works on Amazon is to look at these hyper competitive categories. So things like electronics, supplements, beauty. And what you'll notice about all these hyper competitive categories is almost all of them use 3D renders. So this is an example of a brand called Anchor. This is probably the most successful Amazon-centric brand of all time. And I'm going to put up some images here of some of their products. And these are all 3D renders. These are not real photos, but you can see looks amazing. It's full frame. The shadows are perfect. The light's perfect. The textures are perfect. And Anchor is literally one of the best at incorporating 3D renders to actually have an amazing listing. Here's an example of Dr. Zoe, which is one of the leading supplement brands on Amazon. Again, this package here is not the real thing. This is a 3D rendered package. And you can just see again how compelling this listing image is, how much you want to kind of learn more about it, how much you want to click on it. And these can be done for literally pennies on the dollar versus a normal photo shoot. A final one, we're going to look at Sidara Skincare, Tom's actual brand. This is also a 3D rendering. The package is 3D rendered. The actual roller itself is 3D rendered. And it just looks beautiful. And then finally, for my upcoming brand launch, Rodeo, the kids bike brand, you might think, well, heck, a bike's kind of complicated. How do I get a person on it? These photos I'm going to show you here of the bike itself, as well as kids on the bike, this is all 3D rendered. This is another use case which is really powerful, which is using models. It's hard to get kids as models. You need to get sign off, you need parental approval, all these things, but you can use stock images in concert with a 3D render to really tie it all together and have a lifestyle photo shoot that is literally done all digitally. So if you want to have the biggest bang for your buck and get really world-class photography, and not only that, but renders that can be used over time from different angles and to update content, we highly recommend 3D renders. We're going to leave some options down below from some more expensive, more high-end studio 3D renders, as well as some contacts on Fiverr and others that you may want to use to create your own 3D renders.
Hey guys, in this video, we're gonna give you the perfect formula for you to formulate your 6 images and 1 video. So on Amazon, when you create your listing, you're gonna be able to upload 6 images as well as 1 video, but there's a very strategic way, there's an art and science to actually go about doing this. You shouldn't just post 6 photos randomly. Every single one of those photos, there should be a purpose. It's very intentional. The whole point of actually posting these photos so that when a customer clicks into your product, they're so much more likely to convert into a paid customer. That's the whole point of this exercise. So let's start with number 1. Number 1 is really the main image. As you can see here, I'm gonna give you a couple examples. So when we type in, for example, vitamin C serum, these are all what we call main images. And as you can see, there's like different styles of main images. I mean, some people have a box, some people don't have a box, other people put like an orange behind it, other people put, this type of style. So there's many different styles of actually how to go about doing this. The main image is really to just showcase your product so the customer is likely to actually click into your listing. Now, there's a few things that we have to let you know about the main image. Number 1 is that, as you can see over here, this person has an orange and this has a leaf. This is actually against Amazon's terms of service. Whatever you're selling, that's the only things that you can actually put in your image, unless this comes with an orange and a leaf, which I highly don't think it's gonna come. You're not actually technically allowed to, put a leaf or one orange. Of course, it stands out. That's what they're trying to do. But again, not supposed to do it. Amazon won't really penalize you to the full extent. They'll probably give you a warning or something like that. The worst case scenario is they suppress your image, which will give you a warning sign in the back. But all you need to do is take that off and then relist your image. But just letting you know kind of as you can see, for example, this one is not allowed. Even this one, 2-ounce double size, technically not allowed. Now, there's two ways to actually get your main images done. The first way is through something called a 3D render. A 3D render is something that you basically use a computer to generate. So as you can see here, this image, it looks almost like fake. This image here looks kind of fake. Same as this image, it looks kind of fake. The reason why it looks kind of fake is because it's done using a 3D render, which is then produced on a computer. Then you download the image and you can put it up on Amazon. Now, we have a list of all the 3D renderers that we recommend for you to use if you were to decide to go down the 3D render path. The second way of doing this is actually using real photography. So I'm talking about lights, camera, action. So if you take a look at this suitcase, it doesn't look fake. If you zoom in on it, it actually looks like real photography. So there's two ways of doing this. Now, how do you decide which one you should go with? Adam, maybe you can touch base on this, but for me, I like to just take a look at what my alpha competitors are doing. Yep. If all my alpha competitors are basically using 3D render or photography, I don't like to reinvent the wheel. I basically like to just copy what they do.
Yeah, and I would say too, there's some stuff with studio photography that's hard to get the lighting and the shadows right. That could be another example where 3D makes a lot of sense. Also, if your factory has an existing CAD drawing or they have the actual digital representation of what your product is, that makes it a lot easier for them to recreate using 3D rendering.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the other thing about the main image is that the main image is really the gateway into your listing. It's like, imagine if you're walking down the street and there's a restaurant. The main image is really the outside of that restaurant. You wanted that to be as nice as possible, or else people are not even going to the inside of the restaurant if there's like, broken lights and dirty signs and stuff like that, right? So there's another thing that you also need to be aware of, which is the size of the main image. So what I mean by that is if you take a look at this main image, right? This is obviously the main product. They're selling this charging station. But compared to the rest of the image, look how, what percentage does this product actually take up? I would say that it takes up less than 25%. Yeah. What you want to do is you want to expand the main product and you want to let the main image, you want to let the main object take up as much room on the main image as possible. So there's actually not a lot of these what I call dead spaces. So if you take a look at, for example, this luggage, there's not a lot of dead weight. There's not a lot of dead spaces around here, right? They're taking up the full image. If you take a look at, for example, this ramen business, their packaging takes up the whole image. And here's another example of Anchor, their main image. It takes up pretty much the entire white space. So that is something that you have to be very aware of when you're kind of placing your product. Another tip I can give you is when you're creating the main image, I like to kind of do a few. So what I mean by that is there's a few ways to actually showcase this product. This is one way where it's standing up, but what about it's kind of rotating on the side? What about if it's laying flat? So what I like to tell my photographer or 3D renderer or graphic designer to do is give me some more variations of the placement of this main image for future uses.
So the other thing that you can consider doing is making the actual pixel height and width of your image 1500 pixels by 1000 pixels. Again, if you don't know graphic design or imagery, pass this along to your designer. They'll know what you're talking about. But the reason is that over 60% of Amazon shoppers now do so on their mobile device, and it's literally growing every single month that goes by. So the majority of your customers are actually going to see your product on their mobile phone. And the best way to optimize for mobile is to have that 1500 by 1000 pixels in your main image versus people that have used a 1000 by 1000 or 2000 by 2000. It's just going to look a lot better and they're going to naturally gravitate towards your listing because it looks better on their phone. So make sure you're checking what it looks like on your mobile phone. And an easy way to do your listing image is that 1500 by 1000 pixels.
That's right. So that's the main image. Now, what should you put as a second image? So this is a great example. Again, the main image, it takes up, you can see it takes up the entire space. That's super important, guys. But the second image, what do you want to put here is essentially a unique value proposition, right? Why are people buying your product? What does your product have to offer to the market? That's called unique selling proposition, how your product is different than everybody else's. So in this particular case, versatile power source, 240 watt hour capacity. And you can see that this person is actually using this probably on a surfing trip. And here's what I'll say is that, we all heard of the saying, a picture is worth more than 1,000 words. And this is where you really need to get strategic of how do you actually want to showcase this image? Like, even if it doesn't have the words versatile power source, I can tell just by the image itself that this is versatile, right? I'm not carrying around some big, heavy generator. This is super small, and I can just put it anywhere I want. And over here, it says you can charge your phone 24 times, light 18 hours, tablet 7.5 times, laptop 2 times. So you can see that this image really speaks to the unique value proposition of this particular product. And on top of that, this is what I like to call like the power statement. You want to have a text to just kind of say what this image is trying to illustrate in like less than 5 words. And then down below, these are some icons. Now you might say, well, who does this? Well, in this particular case, a photographer is there to actually take the photo, and the graphic designer is there to actually put the text over, as well as the icons over here as well. So the second image, you want to have a photo, you want to demonstrate your unique selling proposition, and you want to make sure you have a power statement over the top explaining what this photo illustrates. Another quick tip is you want to add a human being in this particular photo. Human faces and human beings is actually there to help you with conversion rate. When you see a human being use a product, you can relate to that picture so much more. You're like, hey, if a human being is using it, I can too. So you definitely want to have a human face, human element to the second image as well. Now, the third image is very similar to the second image. I would do another unique selling proposition as well. So second image, third image, and maybe even the fourth image, you can do 3 unique selling propositions.
Yeah, and I think the big thing with the staging this, Tom, is you're getting into the mind of your customer, right? What's the first thing that they care about or are drawn to? What's the second thing they care about or are drawn to? And you want to follow that path along the way. So as they go image by image by image, you're fulfilling that need that they have to answer whether or not I want to buy this or not.
Yes.
So the fourth could be to handle a major pain point or objection that your customer has. And for most products, they're already coming in with, hey, I'm concerned about this. Will this particular product solve it for me or not? You need to know what that is. And most importantly, you need to answer that with an image that solves that problem. So in this example, again, of Jackery's portable power charger, they can be bulky and they can be heavy, right? And if I'm going to the beach or if I'm going camping, one of my major concerns might be, well, how heavy is this thing going to be for me to haul? What a powerful image. Literally has a little kid, he's probably 7 years old, easy enough for a child to carry. And it's showing the kid, it's showing the weight of the unit itself. It's providing a great metaphor for the key problem that folks may have or key question folks may have, which is how heavy is this thing going to be?
Yeah, and then speaking of that, I think this is a good time for me to actually show you kind of a quick hack. So what I like to do is if like, oh, you know what, I don't know what to have my images, or I don't know what my third or fourth image should be, I like to actually go down to the review section. You can just click on reviews. And what I like to do is I actually like to read these little words. So what these means is that out of all the reviews, these are the most frequently used terms. So you can see that a lot of people type in easy to use. A lot of people typed in camping trips. So right away, I could be like, hey, if a lot of people are using this for camping trips, why don't I have an image showing that people are at a camping trip, and I can have an image around that. And I can say something like, light, portable, bring this with you to a camping trip. So if a lot of people are thinking about camping and then they see pictures of you camping, they're so much more likely to actually buy that. They're like, oh, that's me. Like someone else is using this for camping. I can use this for camping. Another way is actually go to the frequently asked questions. So these are basically top questions, top objections where people have. So for example, how can all the ports be used at the same time as it's charging? So these, and then you can see how many people voted up. So 20 people have had this question in the past, 45 people asked this question. So you actually want to make sure, not only in your images, but in your copywriting as well, you're actually addressing these concerns. So you can go to like a competitor, go to their top, someone with a lot of reviews, and you can just read all their reviews, read all their objections, and then bake that into your copywriting, bake that into your images so that you can actually proactively handle those objections.
And another really quick example of, again, getting into the mind of concerns or objections that customers may have. This is an example of a makeup eyeliner pencil. And what an amazing image, right?
Yeah.
There's going to be women and maybe even men of multiple different races and skin tones that are going to be buying this eyeliner. And they want to know, hey, what would it look like on me versus Tom, of different ethnicities? And it's showing 4 different spectrums of skin tones, as well as all the different colors and variations that they sell on that skin. This is an incredibly powerful image for handling objections. Now, the next one that we recommend in terms of the photo lineup, if it makes sense for your product, is a comparison. There's likely things that make your product stand out from your competitors or stand out from alternative choices that a customer have. And calling these out, especially honing in on the advantages that you have versus competitors, can be a really compelling way to convert customers and set yourself apart. Here's another one from F and Good Snacks, just showing how they stack up. Again, if I'm buying this, I'm looking at the sugar content. Okay, great, it's 0 sugar versus all these other ones that have a lot of sugar. And then if I'm looking at, say, the high key version, which also has 0 sugar, I'm gonna look down and say, okay, it's soft and chewy. And I've got a guarantee with this product, which that one does not. So where it makes sense, these comparison tables can really highlight the value propositions that you have versus competitors.
Yeah, and then another great idea is actually something called social proof. So you can see that Effing Good Snacks has over 6,000 customers. These are all the people that have taken the cookies. And you can see that this is their probably target market, right? You don't see like a guy in here because they know that maybe 80-90% of the people are women that are buying this product. So it's all females around this age group. So this is getting to know your customers and then using that information so that you can have high converting images so that when a customer comes on, they're like, oh, that's me. I look like that. I'm the same age group. If they like it, maybe I will as well. And then earlier we had talked about join brands. You can actually use join brands for these images, right? This is perfect for that. So make sure you get some social proof images as well. And lastly, you can use like a brand story. We don't have a good example, but you can literally just write up your brand story if you're open and you can put your face beside it. People really want to resonate with a brand on a personal level. You really want to bring a human element to a brand so that people can connect to you with on an emotional basis more than anything else.
So it goes without saying, guys, that your listing images and the visual representation of the products that you're selling on Amazon can literally make or break your success. I've seen really great products with crappy images that do really poorly. I've also seen just okay products with just spectacular imagery, have amazing click-through rates, amazing conversion, and amazing success. But when you take a really good, well-thought-out, differentiated product and you match that with world-class visuals, that's really the future of Amazon and a lot of what we're espousing in this course. But the question is, how do you create these images? Well, in this video, I wanted to just break down the power of 3D rendering and some of the applications, use cases, and benefits that come from using 3D rendering. So a couple of things here. First of all, what's really cool with 3D is that you get these models done once, but it can have countless applications, different lighting, different angles, different situations, different landscapes. There's just a lot of applications. It's less hassle. You don't have to coordinate a bunch of actors to come and do lifestyle photos. You don't have to get the lighting just right. And if something changes or you change the color or you add a variation, you don't have to go reshoot all of that photography. Quality and consistency, you can literally match the lighting and the shades and the angles perfectly in 3D. You can stand out. Again, for people that are not using this, they're using crappier photography, it's really going to stand out. And then you can do a lot of A/B testing. You can say, hey, I want to do one image at this angle, and then I'm going to test it against one at another angle, see which one does better. Really easy to do just with the click of a button and using those different perspectives. And then getting really branding and emotional connection together, having a high quality visual automatically is going to make your product seem like a higher quality product and a better quality product in the consumer's eyes. And what I like to do here is just look at some of the best in the business: supplements, beauty, and electronics. Those are folks that do millions and millions a month on Amazon. And because it's so ruthlessly competitive, these guys test everything. And it's no surprise that a lot of these guys use 3D renderings. So here's an example of a brand that does a supplement. Again, this is a 3D rendered image. The lighting's perfect. The label's perfect. It takes up every inch of the actual listing image that's got capsules put in here. One example from supplements. Anchor, one of the biggest brands of all time on Amazon, sell a lot of electronics. Again, this is a 3D rendered product. This is not a studio product. They have almost 100,000 reviews on this product as an example. Here's another example in the beauty space. You can even do something with a box, right? If you just took a photo of your box versus a 3D graphical render of the box, the 3D is going to look better every single time and give you a lot more versatility. This is Mighty Patch, one of the most popular products on Amazon. This is one of my brands, Radio. This is a kid's balance bike. I think this looks absolutely realistic. Both of these bikes here are 3D rendered. Every light, every shade, etc. was created on a computer. You can do things like this, throw it into situations, pointing out features. What I really like about 3D, which has really developed a lot in the last couple of years, is you can take stock photos in positions that you want those actors to be in and actually just place your product. So these were photos that were stock photos of kids, would be really hard to coordinate that via a photo shoot. And they've just placed the bike in 3D perfectly so that matches their hands. Again, I don't think that you would ever think that that is a 3D rendered image of the product onto a stock image. You can also do a lot of variations. So if you're doing a bunch of different colors, patterns, you can take one model and apply that to many. Here's another example of the 3D model here and then how it can be turned into a listing. So it can be turned into different images and then it can be cropped into a listing image with the text and texture and scene that you want to actually create. The detail is astounding here. Again, this is a 3D rendered skateboard zooming in on the wheel. Just the level of detail, the angles, the shadows, the lighting is just spectacular with 3D. This is another example of a stock photo. This is actually the product here. It would be really hard to coordinate a doctor and a pregnant actor to do a photo shoot. Again, there's eons and eons of stock photos of pregnant women, just took that one that they liked and placed their product there. Another example of a mom. This is a 3D rendered product. Looks like it's an outdoor shoot. This was done again using 3D rendering. What's really cool too is you can take a scene that you like. So let's say that you have a product for kids. In this case, they've got like a little play thing here. We want to do this. We think this would be great with the scene with the mom with her little daughter here, but I don't like the background and I want to change that up. And obviously I want to put my product into it. Let's say we wanted a more modern setup as the backdrop. Boom. All you got to do here is crop that clip, take the 3D render of your product, put it in the exact scene that you want. Now you have a daughter playing in your product. That's perfect. But let's say you wanted to have a boy one. Again, didn't need to reshoot this, didn't need a new scene, didn't need new actors, didn't even need to bring the new product out. This product could be one that we haven't even launched yet, and it's a new variation for boys that's been created. So it's really incredible stuff. All of those images that you saw there were done by Spotlighted Studio. You can find them online at spotlighted.studio. They're literally the best in the business. They did all of radio stuff. They're definitely on the more expensive side, but if you want to create world-class 3D renders and really execute your listing visuals, they're the best in the business. If you want somebody that's not going to be quite as creative, but much more accessible in terms of price point, somebody else I've used on Fiverr is M. Sanuhala. That's a photo of him there. I used him for some projects. Again, does really great work. Not going to be quite as artistic and world-class as the Spotlighted guys, but if budget's kind of more in mind, you can leverage him oftentimes for well less than $1,000. I also want to talk about 3D. One thing that's been really cool is you used to have a vendor account to do a 360 image on your listing. But these guys, Hexa 3D, you can find them at hexa3d.io. They've got just an incredible way to actually you could literally take a photo or video of your product. They turn it into 3D so you can 360 it, and then they enable that within the account for your product so that if somebody's on your listing on Amazon, one of the images is going to be a 360 view. So here's an example of one that we've done. Literally, it's just a bottle, took photos of it, they turn it into 3D. And then if anybody's on Amazon, they can do a 360 view. It's also really cool with these guys because if you've got, say, a home goods product, Amazon also has a module that enables you to take that 3D photo and then you can put it anywhere in your room. So using augmented reality within their app, you could say, hey, I want that chair or that blanket here in my room. What's it going to look like? That module enables you to do that. Now, the final thing I want to talk about is a really, really cool AI tool. I know AI tools are getting a little cliche at this point, but Flare.ai is really, really cool for taking any image, but really 3D images especially, and doing really cool things with. So I'm just going to go over to Flare. You can set up your account. It's super simple. Just if you've got a Gmail, you can log in that way, or you can set up an account. And then all you need to do here is create a new project. And then I just downloaded a bottle here. Let's see here. So I've just copied this generic supplement here. It's a yellow plastic bottle. This one happened to have a white background. You could do a photo and or a 3D rendering. And then you can just say remove the background, and then it's going to do that. And then I'm just going to name this, it's already got one, a yellow plastic bottle mockup. Hit continue. So I've got that there. And then all you need to do here is just go to this template section. And let's say as an example, I want this to be a kind of a cool watery background. I can hit generate, and then boom, it's just taken this product here and it's put it into the scene, which is pretty crazy. Let's say that I wanted to do something a little bit more outdoorsy, hit generate there. And boom, you've now got that new setup there. Let's just do one more just for fun. I'm going to select this one, hit generate. And now you've got an example here that kind of talks about the flavor maybe as an example. So check out Flare.ai. Absolutely highly recommend using 3D for your products. It literally changes the game and can dramatically impact your success on Amazon. Go ahead and create listings on steroids. All right, guys. Well, I'm really excited to have another specialist expert on board to really deep dive into a topic related to listings, related to kind of speaking to your customer avatar, and related to kicking really kick-ass listings on Amazon. I'd like to say that I'm perfect at everything, but I think one of the areas that I definitely don't consider myself an expert in is copywriting and kind of tying in this voice, this language, and kind of merging the art and science of keywords and actually speaking to customers. So I've got a good friend of mine here, Emma from Marketing by Emma. Her and her husband are honestly two of my favorite people in the Amazon space. Not only are they super knowledgeable, but they're just awesome human beings. And so in some conversation, I'm actually having some work done on some of my listings. So I want to kind of pass it over to the experts on some of mine. And in speaking with them and just getting to know them over the last 6 months, they've been gracious enough to come in and lend their expertise for an hour or so here to the course and just impart their wisdom on copywriting, specifically copywriting for Amazon listing. So Emma, it's awesome to have you here. Thanks again. I do consider you one of the foremost experts in the space of creating really good Amazon listings and kind of understanding copywriting. So excited to hear what you're going to share. I'm sure I'll learn some stuff, but I'll maybe pass it over to you and we'll take it from there.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for that incredible introduction. You just made my heart very happy on a really gloomy, kind of cold day outside. You know, I think like before I even pull up my slides or anything, I think when people hear copywriting, it can have this almost immediate impact where you're like, I don't know how to do that. I'm just going to stay where I'm comfortable, right? Like, I'm going to dive into the keywords, and who really reads anyway? And it's so easy to kind of make these excuses for why it shouldn't be important. And I think a lot of times that comes from fear of not knowing how to do it, or feeling just insecure about your ability to convey yourself in the way that you need to. And hopefully when you walk away from this, you'll feel a bit more empowered to know that it's not quite as overwhelming as it should be. And if nothing else, you'll know a bunch of questions to start asking yourself and thinking about. So even if you're hiring somebody else, you have more confidence in being able to make sure that that end product is going to be one that you're really happy with. So I'm just
awesome. And thanks for wearing our, we actually color coordinated our outfits in advance. So we're doing the Steve Jobs like black turtleneck. So we actually didn't, but we got a good laugh out of it when we first turned the videos on.
Yeah, I couldn't believe when when I got in that I saw the shared. Okay, so let's.
Yeah, black's one of my favorite colors, so you could do no wrong wearing a black shirt.
I agree completely. It's you know, I can be a little sloppy sometimes. So if I spill tea or coffee, then nobody has to know my dirty secrets. Okay, so
awesome.
Keywords and copy, creating listings that sell. That's kind of the name of what I really want to focus on today. And I purposely choose keywords and copy together because they really are two essential pieces of the puzzle when you're thinking about really anything that you put online, but especially on Amazon. You know, those keywords are the way that you're helping communicate to the algorithm what your product is, that you can make sure to rank well and index well and get in front of eyeballs. But that's only part of the equation, because then you really need the copy to be able to come in and communicate with your customers, help them understand why they should buy your product, and not just why they should buy your product, but what makes you special and different from the host of other potential options that exist out there on the Amazon marketplace. Because it's very rare that you type in a search term and have just a handful of results. Most of the time you're going to get tens, hundreds, even thousands of results of products that on the surface look quite similar, and maybe they even are quite similar. And so that's where the copy can come in and actually really help to set you apart, even if at a basic level you're selling exactly the same thing as a bunch of other competitors. So I kind of gave this away already, but what one thing can help you rank better organically, convert more traffic, lower customer acquisition costs, turn inventory more efficiently, minimize return rates, improve customer experiences, dominate the competition so much. Your listing should not be taken for granted, and it shouldn't be treated as an afterthought. So often I see people who they already have their product ordered and they're focused much more on all of the kind of product research and the other parts of the launch, and then they really treat the listing as the afterthought. But your listing is that one of the only pieces of content that you're able to create to communicate with your customers directly. And so it really does serve such a strong role in your ability to create a business that is going to be healthy, that can grow, and that can achieve the results that you're looking to achieve. And it's not just about conversions, right? So it is about things like making sure that you're matching with the right kind of customers, because there's no reason to make a sale only to have that person realize that the product isn't what they wanted, send it back. Now they're unhappy. They want to leave a negative review, and you're left with a used product that you need to figure out what to do with. So it's a lot of unnecessary hassle and loss to deal with returns that could be avoided by clear communication in your copy. So
yeah, and just a real quick comment on that, which I think is super powerful. And, you know, I didn't think about this enough in certain circumstances, but I've got some technical products that I've been involved with. And again, kind of, it's better to be honest and clearly communicate at the risk of hurting your conversion rate a little bit, just to improve that customer experience. Because especially now, reviews are so difficult to get, and they're very difficult to overcome if you get negative reviews, that I think that a lot of people, you know, don't realize that conversion is the ultimate goal of a listing, but it's also setting expectations and clearly communicating an offer in alignment with what your customers are looking for. And there's no use selling them something that's not going to be a fit. They're going to return it. It's going to hurt your, you know, IPX ratings. It's going to hurt your reviews, etc. So I think that's an awesome point that a lot of people don't talk about with listings.
I think we're like in the same brain space right now, Adam, because
yeah.
I agree so much with what you're saying. And it's sort of like sometimes it's helpful to think about metaphors off of Amazon. So like, let's say that you have a dating profile and you say that you're 6 foot and actually you're 5'4". And so maybe that helps you get a lot of, approaches, but you're never going to be able to get in front of a person on a first date and convince them that you're not 6 feet. Like, they're going to see that you were dishonest about that. And so the likelihood of having that be able to turn into a longer term relationship is much lower, because it's not just that you're not how you said you were going to be, but you were in some ways trying to be dishonest in order to manipulate them into doing something that they may not have wanted to do. And so the same thing applies to an Amazon listing, whereas, okay, yeah, maybe you make that sale, but if you're doing it at the expense of really clearly articulating what your product is, what it's great for, and maybe what it's not so great for, then it's a very lasting positive impact, and it can end up having a much stronger long-term negative outcome than you would have just not having had that sale. So, totally agree with you. So kind of a segue just to introduce myself a little bit. This is my husband, Aris. He's also my business partner. We started Marketing by Emma in 2016. So we've been doing this for over 5 years now. We've seen a lot of listings. We've seen the Amazon game change a lot. And so you also want to be really thoughtful when you are kind of figuring out how to do all of these different things, to make sure that you're really paying attention to the most up-to-date information, because Amazon is changing all of the time. And so techniques and tactics that people used even 6 months ago may now be a risky game to play and could put your listing at risk of getting suspended and other things like that. So really make sure that don't just take for granted what your competitors are doing to determine whether you can or cannot do something, but make sure that you're paying attention to courses like this, and also keeping up to date with Seller Central to make sure that you're not going out of bounds with things. So in thinking about a listing, each piece of the listing serves a different function. And your title is really key in helping you stand out in the search results. And it also has a strong SEO value as well. So your title is really sort of like that sign that you put up in front of your store that's saying, hey, you've come to the right place. Please step on in, or, in this case, click into my listing to learn more. So imagine you're a customer for a moment, and really this is something that you should be getting in the practice of doing throughout every stage of your business. So this isn't just an exercise to do right here, right now, but something to constantly be contemplating, to put yourself into the shoes of your customer and thinking about what their experience is going to be for each and every step of the journey. So you're a customer and maybe you're feeling a little crappy about yourself. It's been a long week. You look in the mirror, you're seeing some wrinkles that aren't making you super happy. So you go on Amazon and you search for wrinkle patches, okay? Which one do you choose? So let's just say we scroll down, we're past the sponsored ads, and we have the 4 top ranking organically listings to choose from here. Okay, so we have all different types of images. We have, I would say, roughly similar price points. There is a slight difference. One has far more reviews, and so we're starting to see some differentiation here. But interestingly enough, the one that's in the top spot is Frownies. Even just looking at the title and the photos, it's really not super clear what it is that they're selling. Like when I look at this photo, especially with the color that they've chosen for this product, to me it looks like she's put Band-Aids on her forehead, which is just strange. She does look happy, so that's good. And then the box looks like a large eraser. The title is telling us Frownies, forehead, and between eyes. So it's something for that part of your face. And then there are 144 patches. But there's no more information there. So if I'm someone and all I'm looking at are reviews, sure, I'll click that one. If I'm someone that's more focused on price, then I might click the Blum Body, since that one has the lowest cost per patch. Or if I just really want to spend as little as possible, then I can go with Facial Smoothies Triangle. But there's sort of a lot happening here, and it's a little bit confusing as the customer to know what I'm even supposed to be comparing these to. What am I truly looking for? And the title can really help do that, because maybe I'm looking for something that is really customizable, so that regardless of the size of my face, I can use those. Maybe I don't have a lot of time in the morning, so I want this to be something that I can use overnight and it's long lasting. Maybe I have a really important meeting and I don't necessarily need this to be something that is going to have long-term results, but I want that instant lift. So there could be a lot of reasons why somebody's searching for a product like this. And the title's job is to help us say 2 things. 1, is this what I'm looking for? And then 2, why should I click into this one over any of the other ones? And so from a title perspective, you have the 24 karat gold. So that's a little bit intriguing and interesting if I don't have much information to go off of. Or I have the second in this set that has anti-wrinkle patches for smoothing eye, mouth, or forehead wrinkles. So that one is actually giving me the most concrete information, not just what this product is, but actually what it does and what I would use it for. So that's really helpful information. However, you might see the Frownies and say, okay, well, this is clear evidence. Title doesn't matter. All people care about is reviews. And sure, it's possible that many people just go right off of reviews, but Frownies has also had success off of Amazon. And so they're able to generate a lot of their own traffic, even if I'll show you in a minute some of the keyword research that I've done for this category, and they have a lot of branded searches, which means that people are going specifically to Amazon to search for this product. And so in some ways, they're a much easier sell. So this isn't an indication that this doesn't matter. In fact, when I look at this, I see, wow, what an opportunity they have to be able to do even better, and how much stronger could their business be if they wouldn't just rely on the recognition of their brand name and actually really build out an effectively written listing. So make the right type kind of sales. Look at that. A copywriter that has a typo in her slides. I need a little like slapping on my hand for that. So make the right kind of sales, the right customer, the right expectations, the right experience. This is something that we just spoke about very briefly, but it really is worth allowing to sink in. So who are you selling to? What kind of expectations are you creating with your customers? And then what is the actual experience that you're delivering? Ideally, you want your experience at the bare minimum to meet those expectations, if not exceed them. And so if you're setting those expectations really high and then you're not delivering on them, that's creating a gap for potential negative experience from the customer side. So that sale isn't really final until somebody decides to keep your product. Yes, when you make that initial buy now or add to cart and then purchase, you get that sale. But if it's not lasting, then it's sort of all for nothing. So what's missing when we look at this title and photo and everything like that? Like, what would you like to see as a customer if you're not just going on Amazon and looking for brownies or looking for the highest reviewed product? First, let's start off by looking at the keywords a bit. So this isn't exhaustive keyword research. I just did some very preliminary keyword research to get a sense of what you might want to be considering to use as the foundations to create your title and your bullets and your description. And the first part of these keywords that I pulled up are what you would find if you pretty much just took the top highest search volume keywords and called it a day without really doing any extra homework, this is what I see people do all the time. Because, you look at these search volumes, 119,000, 104,000, those are exciting search numbers. Though, to get that many people to your page would be amazing. But the problem is that those are also incredibly high competition phrases, and they're very broad, general keywords that aren't necessarily having that same degree of buyer intent as something that more specifically describes this particular product or something that is relating to what somebody's trying to get or solve. Because people don't necessarily always know the exact right phrases to use to search. So sometimes they might use other types of language. Like an example of that is on the right-hand side, the fourth down, we have instant wrinkle remover for face. So that could have a lot of forms, and maybe they don't know that there are patches for this, or they're less concerned about the delivery. It's just that's the outcome that they're looking for. So you really want to make sure that when you're creating a keyword list to use to create your listing, that you're being thoughtful about things like relevancy and where you can be competitive, so that you're not just grabbing the highest search volume words and then putting together a listing that doesn't actually have the keywords that you can really gain traction on. You also want to keep an eye out for those keywords that may be too good to be true. So an example of this would be on the bottom of the right-hand side, we have wander eye patches, which you might see that and not think anything of it, but I know that Wander is another beauty brand. And so if you looked at that and didn't do some extra digging as to why there are so few competitors indexing on that keyword, then you might assume, oh my gosh, I found a great opportunity, and unknowingly added a branded keyword of a competitor into your listing, which is definitely something that you should avoid doing. So really make sure that you're analyzing this list, and that's kind of the initial step to take when you're going about puzzling together a title. And I intentionally use the word puzzling because I do think of a title like a puzzle, because you have a lot of information that you need to sort of work together in a way that is cohesive, that doesn't look keyword stuffed, that's readable, that prioritizes the important information, and it all has to happen within a pretty narrow character count. So I guess this is appropriately themed photo given the fact that we are recording this just around Halloween, but keywords are the skeleton of your listing. And I really want you to internalize this. The skeleton means that they should not be visible to the naked eye. You really need to work your keywords into your listing in a way that they are giving a strong structure, but they are not taking away from the readability of your listing. They are not looking as though you're just creating this long string of phrases that's going to overwhelm the eyeballs. Instead, you want to thoughtfully weave these in so that they naturally appear within the copy of your text. So dress your keywords in important details. We have frownies back, right? Before we figure out what keywords we want to use, or maybe in tandem with this, let's think about some of the questions that we might want to consider. And I realize this is a long list of questions. These may not all be things that will have space to add, but really making a list of all of the things that you think a customer may need to know initially about your product in order to confidently click in is really important. And then you can go about ordering these by priority and determining, okay, this is all of that information that they may want or need to know, but what is the most important and how should I arrange this in the most valuable way? And additionally, don't be afraid to do A/B testing. So try different things out, see how people respond, and also know that whatever was working with your title one day might eventually change. So this is something just like any other part of your listing that you do want to be looking at with frequency to make sure that your keywords are still the most relevant and that what you've done is still helping you stand out from the competitors. Because the other piece of that is that when you do a really good job, you also can get a target on your back where you start to have copycats. And so in that case, even if you've done amazingly, if suddenly everybody's copying you, you may need to update things purely just to stay ahead of the curve and not just kind of be swallowed into the sea of sameness that can happen all too often on Amazon. So some questions that customers may want to know. On the most basic level, what is this? It is not telling us what this is. We also don't know what it does. There's no mention of wrinkles here. Why would someone want it? Very few keywords. What shape is it? That does seem to be a detail in looking at a lot of the other listings that is important to customers. Can it be used for anything else? So it specifies that this is for forehead and between eyes. Is it only something that I can use there, or can I also put it on my chest, my hands, my smile lines, around my eyes, or is it something that's really just meant for hardier forehead skin? And maybe even things like how long does it take to see results, ingredients. These are just some of the things that are kind of those initial questions, but there might be even more questions that you would want to be considering. So as an example of how you might want to puzzle this together, and again, I would want to do even deeper keyword research. I don't know enough about this product because their listing is so vague. So I would want to do also an even deeper dive into really getting a clear idea of what this product is, what it's made of, how it functions, what makes it unique. Then I might take an even different approach to this title, but at least as sort of a peripheral improvement based on some primary keyword research and a dissection of what they have on Amazon. This is how I might improve it. So I have this first part of the title, which is that phrase that helps to communicate what this product is. And if you see here, we also have some keywords fit in. And it's one of these kind of 2 or 3 for the price of 1 types of keywords. So I believe patches for wrinkles is 1 keyword, facial patches for wrinkles is another keyword, and frownies facial patches, I think, is a 3rd keyword. So we're getting actually a few keywords that we're covering within one go. So being able, and I'm just going to go backwards now, being able to analyze a list like this and look for where are those overlaps can help to make the list that you're working with a little bit less overwhelming, but it can also give you some insights into how can you include multiple keywords more efficiently without making it, again, just like that long string of keywords that can be really off-putting to a customer. So looking through here, and if your eyes don't naturally do this well, you can also use any spreadsheet tool and search for duplicates of things, and it'll highlight where else that phrase appears. So for example, maybe face wrinkle patches, maybe that's something that I feel like should appear somewhere else. It doesn't actually look like it does, but hypothetically speaking, if I wanted to see if it did, then I could search that, find where else it appears or doesn't appear, and then ideally use that longer tail phrase that includes the face wrinkle patches along with those other ones, and then there may be a few different combinations of things. So going back to this, I've also offset that first part of the phrase with a dash. That helps to make this both more readable, but it can also encourage the creation of a canonical URL that then makes this listing better optimized for off Amazon searches, so that when people are searching on places like Google, then you're able to increase the likelihood of appearing on those search engines as well, which can be really great for off Amazon traffic. So it's not something to discount. Some other details that I added in here, along with a lot of additional keywords, I added instant. By the way, the orange highlight, those are all keywords that I've added in. So some of them are partial keywords, some of them are more complete keywords, but that's a lot of keywords where before we just had a handful. So instant, that seemed like something that would be really attractive and exciting to know, that it's not something that you're going to have to use for 30 days and then you're looking in the mirror and saying, maybe I think this has helped a little bit. Customizable, so the fact that these are the triangles and you can make them fit, whatever shape or space that you need them to. Then talking about where to use them, so forehead, wrinkle, and smile lines treatment. And then the fact that they're overnight, anti-aging, face lifting masks. So really thinking about how can we use that keyword list in an effective way while including as much valuable information as possible, so that people get that information that they need to know while you're still making sure that you're taking advantage of this space for SEO opportunities. So drive clicks with a killer title. Think about that need to know information. Another point that we haven't discussed yet is mobile versus desktop. And whether you're on mobile or desktop, oftentimes your title will truncate to around 60 to 90 characters. And so you want to be thoughtful of putting the most important information towards the beginning, so that even if it does shorten, even if Amazon does shorten the title, customers still have access to that more important information. Considering key differentiators, so when you are a customer and you're looking at a page full of search results, one of the things that's going to help you feel confident clicking in, or maybe even just catch your eye, is something that's different, rather than just doing what everybody else is doing, which I understand there's a big temptation to do that. But when you just copycat your competitors, you really are diluting your ability to communicate more effectively with your customers. considering the canonical URL like we just discussed, break up phrases with dashes for readability. It really will make it much more customer friendly to do that. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the titles are like puzzles. So it may take some moving around until you figure out where the best place for everything goes. So sometimes I feel like I really want to use this keyword phrase, but I'm not sure exactly how to fit it in. So I'll copy it, and then I'll move it somewhere else, and then I'll move it somewhere else. And then finally, I find a way for it to all flow more naturally. But have patience with it. Though you have a small space, no more than 200 characters in most categories, some categories even less, it is something that can seemingly be quite simple, but there are so many different things that you're needing to juggle that there is a much greater complexity than what you might initially think. So we've gotten them to click into the listing. Now we really need to make sure that our bullets are doing a good job of making sure that the customer is staying on the page. So that means a few things. It means giving them that information that they just need to know about your product. And then in addition to that, going that extra step to start really getting them excited and interested in wanting to get your product for themselves or for a gift or for whatever reason it is that they are buying this product. So we're going to stick with brownies, and now we're going to go into their listing. They're only using 3 of the 5 bullets. So right off the bat, that's just a huge missed opportunity. What are some other issues that we see here? There's misspelling and anti-wrinkle trait for forehead and between eyes. Targets the cause of wrinkles between the eyes and horizontal forehead wrinkles. So that pretty much is just reiterating what the first bullet said, and both don't really give us any indication of how it does that, how long it takes to do that, or why you would want to do that. And then it says enables skin to breathe and maintain normal restoration at night, which this just feels really like an enigma, because I don't understand if what it's saying is that it's just helping the skin do what it would just naturally do anyway, or if it's suggesting that unlike a lot of the competitors, this one won't interfere with the skin's natural rejuvenation that it undergoes. I also don't know if that's disturbing. My neighbor has an incredibly loud vehicle that is poorly timed with its exit, so I'm not...
I actually couldn't hear it, so I think we're good.
Okay, cool. So let's go back to this keyword list here. So all of the keywords that I've included are what we've already utilized in the title. So now we want to think about what are other valuable keywords that we're wanting to fit into the bullets in, again, a thoughtful way. So perhaps we're going to look for some of those 2-for-1 or 3-for-1 types of keywords that can help us really maximize the space that we have in an effective way. So like some kind of combinations that instantly jump out at me is we have wrinkle patches at the bottom of the left-hand side, and the wrinkle patches is a root phrase that's found in a lot of others. So we have face wrinkle patches, facial wrinkle patches, we have anti-wrinkle patches, and that might be it, but that's a lot. So we have plenty to choose from there. So some of this might be, how do I want to approach the particular bullet that I'm writing, or what's the topic that I'm choosing, or how can I just make the keyword fit into the sentence that I want to fit it into. So I might not fully commit to the exact combination that I want to use at this point, because I don't want to allow the keyword to drive the content. Instead, I'd rather like to have a really solid idea of what I would like to focus this bullet on, and then find a combination of keywords that I can integrate in a way that's going to not take away from the effectiveness of the bullet. So the first bullet, an anti-wrinkle treatment for forehead and between eyes. So your first bullet should do a couple of things. It should both communicate what your product is, so very similarly to what the title is supposed to do, but ideally it should also go that extra step in communicating the key benefit of your product. So why does someone want this? Not just on the surface level, but what are those deeper emotional drivers that would encourage someone to go online in the first place? And those could be a number of different things, even for just one product. So you're going to need to be clear about what is the position that you're taking and how do you want to present your product and your brand in a way that is perhaps going to set it apart from everybody else, or is something that's going to be just a different spin on things that's more of the same. So again, I don't have a lot of information to go off of from Frownies. They're very minimal on their listing. And so this is me taking the little bit of information that I've gathered to write a more effective bullet than what we have here. So I'm doing a few different things with this. First of all, I have a little header that I've created for this bullet. In this case, it's Rest Wrinkles Away. And those headers can be really helpful in indicating to customers what each bullet point is about. So let's say that one of these bullets, I want to address the ingredients. So if I have a little header that talks about something to do with the formulation or the all-star ingredients or you name it, then that is going to make it really easy for me as a customer, for my eyeballs to find where to go to get that information, because maybe my skin is sensitive to silicones, or I only use products that are cruelty-free, or any number of different things like that. Those are going to be really important criteria for me as a customer to find and check off before I'm going to invest more time and effort to determine whether this is a product that I want to purchase. So those headers are really helpful, and then I've offset that with a dash. And then we go into the rest of the bullet. So reveal a more youthful you overnight. So this is one sentence that it's pretty short, but it is achieving a lot of things. So we're talking about that deeper emotional benefit of it. So, you know, the rediscovery of youth and feeling like you look good and you're confident with how you look. But it's also speaking to how this product functions. So it says overnight, meaning this is something that you can put on before you go to bed. So it's talking about when you would utilize it. And it's also suggesting that it's fast acting. So it's not something that you're going to have to wait a long time to see results from. So just apply Frownies facial wrinkle patches. So utilizing that the combination of those two keyword phrases that I spoke about before bed and wake up to instantly firmer, smoother skin. So really helping people to identify with what that after picture is going to be like. So what kind of confidence will they be able to wake up with when they look younger in the mirror with firmer, smoother skin? And maybe this is just this approach that this company wants to take when it comes to communicating about wrinkles. And maybe somebody else wants to take a very different approach. Maybe they don't want to put this aiming to recapture your youth because they really embrace the wisdom and maturity that comes with age, but it's really more about having makeup lay smoother on your skin, or just feeling more confident when you get on a Zoom call. So even just this one concept can be looked at through a different lens. And so what's going to impact that? Your customer avatar is going to impact that. The choices that you're taking to really brand yourself are also going to impact that. And so you want to be having both of those things in mind so that you're really able to facilitate an impactful conversation between you, the brand, and your customers. And you might be saying, conversation, what are you talking about? They're just kind of skimming a listing. How are you facilitating a conversation? But really good copy does just that. where when you see that, maybe just in your mind, you're kind of saying like, yeah, that sounds great, or something similar. And maybe you don't even hear that internal dialogue, but it is in fact happening. And so the more that you can increase that engagement, the higher likelihood that not only are they going to be more excited to buy your product, but it also means that they're going to be more focused on what you're telling them and showing them, so that their attention isn't wandering and getting distracted by the competitors that are advertising on your page, or the 20 other tabs that they have open on their computer, or the text message that's coming through. It's not just on Amazon that you even have to be worried about attention. It really is that people are constantly getting bombarded from all different angles with plenty of things that are eager to take their attention away. And so that's why doing this right is so important, because you have such a limited amount of time and such a thin attention span that you really want to make sure that you are addressing all of those things that you need to, and doing so in a way that's not going to allow their minds to wander. And so it's not just about what you write, it's even how long you write. So if you have these really gigantic bullets, if you're like, you know what, I'm going to max out my character count, I can get away with 500 characters per bullet, so why wouldn't I do that? I can tell you right now that nobody wants to read 5 hefty paragraphs as bullet points, including myself, and I read almost anything. I see bullets that are that long, my eyes glaze over, and I say, no, that's too much, that's too overwhelming, I'm not into it. So you want to be very thoughtful when you're writing your bullets and make sure, is this helping to either achieve the addition of a keyword that's helping my SEO strategy, or helping to push the sale forward. And if it's not doing either of those two things, then it's really probably better that you leave it out, or you save that phrase for some other part of your listing or your website or social media or what have you. You don't have to delete it, but maybe just put it in a saved document somewhere else that you can go back to when you need inspiration or ideas for something else you're working on. So don't leave them guessing. Things to consider: spelling, grammar, and errors. Big no-no. That's just eroding trust right off the bat. How am I supposed to feel confident that this is going to be good for my skin if they haven't even taken a little bit of extra time to make sure that this is spelled properly? We're not even talking good content at this point, but just basic attention to detail really does show whether this is something that you care about, you take pride in how you present yourself, or is this maybe an indication that you are a company that just cares about making the sale and you're not really interested in anything more than that, including the customer experience? So definitely communicating what is the product. Again, just like the title, super important. How does it work? Why would someone want to use this? What problems does it solve? How does this compare / what makes it different or better than the competitors? Also, where's the customer? So there's nothing here that really addresses the customer's desires, needs, experience, or anything like that. And so it's really missing out on an opportunity for connection. Also, just really important details like ingredients. Those types of things, while they might not be always the most exciting selling point, could be really critical details for a customer to be able to make a confident purchase with a product. So for example, my skin is sensitive to silicone. So that means that whenever I'm buying a facial moisturizer or a serum or a face wash or an item of makeup, I read the ingredient list to make sure. But it's so much nicer when I can just look at a bullet and it says, no silicones, this, that, or the other. And so if you understand that something like that is a common concern for customers, and you've gone the extra step to create your product in a way that doesn't feature that or does feature something else, then making sure that you make that easy for customers to find can really make a huge difference in making sure that you're maximizing your conversion potential. So to start to wrap this up, I want to go over a few quick fixes that you can do. So first and foremost, naturally, when you're writing a listing, it's or really anything, it's very common to formulate sentences in ways of saying, our product does this. The wrinkle patches work in this way. We crafted our wrinkle patches to this. And a little bit of that language is okay. But so often, if you are looking at a listing, you'll see that every single sentence is starting with one of those words. And it's taking this approach of really putting the focus on you when the focus should be on the customer. So often you can either just eliminate that word and rephrase the sentence slightly, or even just kind of flip the order of the sentence. So it's not to say that it shouldn't include those words at all, but really being thoughtful about where you're putting the focus of the sentence and making sure that the customer is as central to the conversation as possible. Using active language can also be really, really worthwhile, both because it will naturally make your sentences shorter, but also it keeps that energy up. So what do I mean by active language? Let's just take a look at an example. So rust wrinkles away. So I have a commanding verb there, rust wrinkles away. Reveal a more youthful you overnight. Again, that's a very active sentence. Wake up to instantly firmer, smoother skin. So you're using a commanding verb in a way that the you is implied, and it is having a much kind of higher energy impact than if we were to say, you can use these wrinkles before you go to bed and wake up looking more youthful. Or the wrinkle patches, when used overnight, will help you look younger. So you see that those sentences, they're saying the same thing, but they're far wordier, they're far more winding, and they're less, they have less ability to even just communicate the idea in a straightforward way. Flip the order of your sentences. So benefits lead to features. It is, again, if we're just talking about how you would naturally write something, a lot of times you're going to do the reverse. So you're probably going to say something like, this is made with stainless steel because it reinforces this other thing. I don't even know what kind of product I'm thinking about when I'm giving this example. But if you were to flip the order and say extra strong and ultra reliable because it's reinforced with stainless steel, then you go back to thinking about how can you make this sentence higher energy, more engaging, more interesting. So you're still doing all those things. It's not ignoring the important features, but it's just communicating around them in a different way that makes it more interesting and attention grabbing to the customer. Get organized. That's not necessarily the most exciting of tips to give you, but it is something that people don't consider on a regular basis. And I mean this both within the entire structure of the listing, but I also mean this within each section of the listing. So when you're putting together your bullets, for example, and you have 5 bullets, so you should think of your 5 main points that you want to cover in those bullets, and then really keep each bullet focused on that point. You don't want to be combining too many other ideas into one bullet, because then what happens is, let's say that second idea that you added on to the end of the 3rd bullet, maybe that's really important information for somebody, but how will they know to look for it at the end of the 3rd bullet? It's not where they would want to go. So this is where you might need to be a little bit ruthless in thinking about, okay, what is truly important to know at this particular point? And then how can I communicate this in a way that is going to really help people feel confident in understanding this product fully? And then perhaps this other piece of information, yes, it's important, but it's not as important. It's something that people might want to know a little bit later on. So is this something that I can put in the A+ content? Is this something that would actually be better communicated in an infographic? Or maybe this isn't even a piece of information that a customer needs to know at the time of purchase. Maybe this is something that should be included in an insert or an email or on a website, where for those that are going to look for that additional information, it will be easy for them to find, but it's not really factoring into their purchasing decision. Spelling grammar check, we spoke about how important that is. There are tools like Grammarly that you can use. I would also encourage you, whenever you're putting something online to represent your business, that you have another set of eyes read it. And just make sure that you didn't miss anything, because it's also really easy when we're reading our own writing to assume that people will understand the tone that we're going for and read it that way in our minds, even if it's not really the case, or we'll just kind of skip over certain errors and correct them and not even see them on the page. If you don't have somebody to read what it is that you've written, then what you can do is at least read your own writing out loud. I do that for pretty much everything that I write. And I find that a lot of times that helps me identify places that are awkward, where the flow might be a little bit off, where the word that I've chosen is strange, where something might not be as clear as I thought it was. So that can be a really helpful way to also find some of those errors if you are either strapped for time or don't have access to other people to help. Go the Goldilocks route. What do I mean by that? Not too much, not too little. So you don't want to go the extreme of frownies and just leaving a bunch to be desired. That's the too little route. But you also don't want to give an overabundance of information so that people are just flooded and don't even know how to navigate your listing or find the important information. So really finding that sweet spot in between, where you're keeping things concise, where you're keeping things impactful, and where you're including the information where it should belong. So for bullets, we like to aim to keep each bullet at around 200 characters max. And that's a really helpful guideline to follow, because 200 characters is short enough that you're really going to have to consider each and every word that you're using and make sure that it fits there. And sometimes you might need to do some extra carving to create those extra 5 characters you need to make it fit. And so it will give that extra bit of oversight to make sure that you're not just getting a little bit long-winded. Highlight key information, so making sure that it's really easy to find the information that people need to know. That could be through the usage of headers and the bullets. That could also be done with things like infographics. So considering what are those things that might be easier to understand visually, or those points that are actually just really, really important. And so yes, they're in the bullets, but also can you put them in the product images so that regardless of what point somebody's looking at your listing, they're able to consume that information in a meaningful way. And so adding text to your images, really, that is one of the most underutilized pieces of Amazon real estate. So I would strongly, strongly encourage you to consider thinking about how you can utilize your product images, not just to have great lifestyle photos, but to think about what am I really trying to show with this photo? And then how can I incorporate a little bit of text to make sure that I am actually communicating that message that I'm wanting to say? And then this is sort of like the kind of deeper level stuff that we are really trying to aim for. And it's not necessarily something that you would do after all of this. Ideally, these are actually things that you are considering and thinking about before you even sit down to write a listing. Because if you can actually have a really clear idea of who your ideal customer is and envision them sitting there, then it will actually make it much easier to write your listing, because you're not just writing to a blank screen, you're actually writing to a person. And we all have that natural ability to be able to sort of read the other person when we're having a conversation and understand, oh, okay, they seem like this might not be important to them, or this is something that they're really excited about, or this is something that I know that they love their dogs. So even though this product isn't about dogs per se, I'm going to find a way to kind of incorporate some little piece that speaks to that, because I know that it will make them really feel seen and understood. And so we do those things in person, and it can be much more challenging to replicate those online. But by doing this deeper dive, you are able to connect in with some of those things, and it will hopefully also just make it a more enjoyable exercise. So connect with your customers by identifying with their interests, again, beyond just the product. So if we're talking about wrinkle patches, I mean, really anybody could buy a wrinkle patch and use it. And so you want to be clear about who is your target customer. It's not anybody. It is a specific group of people. And so maybe it is my demographic. So maybe it's, millennials. They're in their 30s, they're in their careers, maybe some of them are having families, they're starting to feel like a little bit old, like their 20s are in their past, and they're not as excited to look in the mirror in the morning because they're noticing those wrinkles start to form. And so in that case, that's a very different type of customer than somebody who is 60 years old. The wrinkles are formed. They're not really expecting that any topical treatment like this is going to get rid of them. And they have different concerns. They have different cultural reference points. They have different types of language they use. And so being clear about who you're selling to more specifically, not just on age, but also based on interests and the concerns they have, can really make a difference in establishing a more meaningful relationship and line of communication with your customer. And so on the flip side, you also want to be asking those same questions about your brand. So who is your brand? What kind of voice should you be communicating with? Do you want to be communicating with? Use story, and really make sure that whatever you're saying, that there's substance behind it. So you don't want to say, oh yeah, we're committed to sustainability, because you see everyone talking about how much they care about saving the planet. If your products aren't really fulfilling the expectations of what a sustainable company looks like, then you should maybe consider whether it's going to be helpful to incorporate that, or whether the people that really care about that will see through it, see it as you really just trying to get them to buy their product, and then actually be turned off by it. So in general, I would encourage you to avoid trendy marketing lingo, and understand whether it is truly relevant to what you're trying to do, or whether it's just kind of like a trick that works sometimes, but may actually diminish the impact of your efforts. So it's not to say don't use it, but use it thoughtfully and with consideration for both your customer that you're selling to and how you want to represent your business as a brand. And then I am happy to offer a free listing analysis, because I know that this was a lot and we didn't even get into product descriptions or A+ content. So if you're just like, oh my gosh, I have no idea if my listing is great or terrible, we would be happy to offer a free listing analysis. Just go to marketingbyemma.com/Adam or scan this QR code, and we'll follow up with some free insights of things that you can either take and do yourself, or if you would prefer to have our help, we are always happy to help as well. And then here are our contact details. If you have any questions, again, we're always happy to help in any way that we can.
Emma, that was so good. I mean, there's so many nuggets there. It's I've got a brand that we haven't really done a ton of tweaking the listings in like 18 months. And looking back on them now, I'm like, man, we got to like refresh these things. So you guys are going to help us refresh them as well as do some new products. But like there's just so many nuggets in there, like starting with we or your product or our, those things are just so spot on. And like, it's none of this stuff is rocket science, and a lot of it's incremental, and it's not like this like insane thing, but a lot of this common sense stuff, starting with the customer first, weaving things together. Anyway, I was blown away, and I think that what you guys do is super interesting, how you fuse the science and art of things. And again, if you could do it on your own, and you guys can, you got to be kind of smart with your money when you're launching products and picking and choosing where you spend money. But I can tell you, bringing in the pros to do something inexpensively, when you think about conversion rate, if you can get a conversion rate from 15 to 19%, that additional 4% conversion, if you added that up over all the sessions you get in a month, in a quarter, in a year, we're talking about substantial amounts of money that this stuff plays into. So anyway, I respect the heck out of you and what you guys do, and it was so awesome for you to kind of impart some of your trade secrets to our group. If they want to do it their own, that's awesome, and it's cool that you opened up kind of a free listing analysis too. So thank you so much for taking an hour of your time. It really means a lot.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. And I would just say, we started this whole conversation off by saying it's really easy to kind of neglect this and just sort of throw something up. But you do want to make sure, even if you're doing it yourself, make the time to do it right when you're launching your product, because you do get that honeymoon period. And so being able to really take advantage of that and then build off of the traction and momentum that you're able to create from that is so important. So you can definitely do it yourself if you want to, but just really be thoughtful about how can you make sure that you're giving your product the best chance at success.
Yeah. And I think your point of like having somebody else read it or reading it aloud is really important. The other thing I would say too is you don't need to do this like, okay, today's my listing day, so I'm going to knock out the entire listing. Like, do the keyword research, spend a day doing that, be thoughtful about it. Spend 2 hours on the title. I mean, it's a to your point, a puzzle exercise, and you're going to burn a lot of brain cells doing it, and you're going to get fatigued. And so I think the worst thing that people can do is they try to knock it all out in one fell swoop. And by bullet 2, they're like, man, I'm done. I'm just going to you're going to be lazy at that point. You're just going to just to get the exercise done. So compartmentalize it, eat the elephant a bite at a time. Because that kind of effort, I do fundamentally believe, in addition to having a good offer, if you don't have a good offer, you're kind of screwed. But if you have a good offer and you're thoughtful about piecing this together and doing the puzzle right, the amount of leverage that comes from that activity, given all the eyeballs that are going to see it over the course of the next year for your listing, plus it's compounding benefit and plays a huge role in success for Amazon.
Totally. So. And I love that idea of like breaking it up into pieces and then also being able to walk away from it, because even when we're not actively thinking about something, our brains are still continuing to process and work through things. Like, that epiphany in the shower is such a real thing. There are so many times that I've been stuck on a sentence. I've gone and done something else, and then like I'm walking my dog and I'm like, that's it. That's the word that I was looking for. And so like being able to put it down can actually make it both more enjoyable, because you're not just destroying yourself, but can also create space for that creativity to really come and work in your brain to do what it does best. There's also, I wish I remembered the name of it, but I saw there's this free tool where you can put the text into the site and it'll have a robot read it to you. And what's awesome about that is it totally takes out all tone. So, because like, it's like think about a text message. Like somebody can text you sure, which can mean awesome, or like, oh my gosh, they're so mad at me, or, they're indifferent. Like, depending on what your headspace is, you could read it in all 3 ways. And so that same thing can happen with anything else you write, where you might be assuming that people are going to read it this way. And so having something that it has removed all of that, intentional tone from it could be an interesting exercise. I haven't personally used it, but I'm very intrigued by it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, again, we've taken up enough of your time, and I really appreciate it. Maybe this is kind of one of many. Maybe we'll weave in some more of your wisdom into content in the years ahead. But appreciate like dropping these value bombs. I think it's going to impact a lot of people in terms of how they create their listing. And so thanks so much for your time, and appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so this is going to be the Keyword Research Masterclass, and I don't say masterclass lightly, because this is probably one of the most important topics for setting up your listing appropriately and ultimately getting those organic sales for free on your Amazon product. We're going to need 2 things for this masterclass. First of all, I recommend either Excel or ideally a Google Sheets, and we're going to need Helium 10 software, because that's what we're going to use to actually find these keywords. But the big thing to keep in mind here is that if you were to come up with the keyword list for your particular product, you could probably brainstorm and get about 10 or 12 keywords. But there's a lot of keywords and search terms that Amazon customers are using that you probably have not thought of before. And so this process will help you uncover all of the keywords, Hopefully we're going to get over 15 keywords for your listing. It's going to help you determine what the search volume is for each of those keywords so you can prioritize those with more search volume versus those that are less. And we're going to look at a process to find those words that are most relevant for your product or that you really want to rank on. So to start off, we're just going to actually go to Amazon.com. Again, if you're selling in the US and you aren't living in the US, just make sure that this is set up as a US-based search. I'm going to use an example of a brand upcoming that I'm going to launch, which is about kids balance bikes. So I'm literally just going to take the term that I think best describes my product and type that into Amazon. So obviously you're going to get a bunch of results here on both the pay-per-click as well as organic search here. And what we're going to want to do from here is actually just click on the Helium 10 Chrome extension. It's going to pull up a window like this. We're going to click on the X-Ray Amazon product research. So what this is going to show, it's going to show all of these products here, both that are on pay-per-click as well as organic results. It's going to show the revenue. It's going to show a bunch of stuff about the listings. The first thing that we want to do here is to find the top 10 both best-selling products as well as those that are the most relevant to our product. So we don't necessarily want to be looking at the keywords for a product that's not like ours. So let's say our product's made from wood and everybody else is made from plastic. We would prioritize those that are actually made from wood because it's most like our product. But we want to find those that are actually performing well. So we want to take those with the highest revenue, not the lowest, which should naturally show up on organic search, but you just want to take a look at the revenue level per month as well to make sure we're selecting better selling products. So I'm just going to go through here. I'm not going to select these SPs because those are ASINs that are actually paying to be placed there. We want those that are in organic results. So we got this first one here, Sri. This one does 1.6 million, pretty big thing here. Credo does 213,000. YGYT, Chillafish, Strider is a big name in the space. We've got 5 products you can see here. We want to find 5 more. I'm not going to select this one just because we've already got a 4-wheeler in here, and this 4-wheel is not exactly like the bike I'm selling, so I'm going to leave that one off. Going to leave these sponsored placements off here again. Going to go down to this guy, does 22,000. Okay, and there, I've got 10 selected. So I've got my 10 competitors. Now what you want to do is click on this Run Cerebro. That's going to kick us over to Helium 10. So now we're over in a Helium 10 Cerebro, and it's basically taken all 10 of these ASINs and it's basically analyzed all the keyword data that it could extrapolate. There's one filter I like to put in here, which is just to set the minimum search volume as 500 searches per month. There's going to be some words with less than 500, but those are going to typically be so small we likely aren't able to fit them into our listing. So I'll select the minimum search volume as 500 and I'll apply the filters. Just going to rerun that analysis and remove some of those keywords that are less than a search volume of 500. And once that's done, we can scroll down here and this is the full list of keywords. Now I like to work in Google Sheets just so we can make some adjustments and edits to this. So I'm actually going to export this data here, export as a CSV file, and it's going to download it there for me. Then I'm going to go back over to Google Sheets here where I'm actually going to create this sheet and take a look at this data in a little bit more detail. So here I just go to File, Import, and then I go to Upload. And then I'm just going to drag that file into there and then just replace data at selected cell, import data. So this is all that information from the Helium 10 Cerebro software output just in the form of a spreadsheet. There's a bunch of stuff here that we don't need, so we can go ahead and delete some of these columns here. So I'm going to go ahead and delete columns B all the way to E. Delete that. So the first column here is going to be search volume. I'm then going to delete a bunch more stuff here all the way to position rank and delete those. I'm going to delete relevant rank, competitor rank, just not necessary for our analysis. I'm going to leave this ranking competitor section there. And I'm going to delete this competitive score. And there we have it. So this is basically going to be all these listings and what their ranking is for each one of these various search terms, as well as what the search volume is. I'm going to create a sort here as well. Just go to data and create filter so I can chop this data up. Now another important point here is this column D in our example, this ranking competitors. It's showing how many competitors of the ones that I selected are actually ranking for this keyword. So in the case of kids balance bike, it's saying that 9 of these ASINs actually are ranked for that word. That's a really good indication that if these top sellers that are performing well, that are similar to my product, if they're ranked for that word, and more than 5 of them in most cases rank for the word, it's probably going to be really relevant, and it's one that we want to pay attention to. So we're really going to pay attention to that. We're also going to pay attention to the search volume column here, because obviously the more search volume, the more likelihood it is that we're going to get more sales. So we're going to prioritize those with more search volume and those that are relevant as well. So the first thing that I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go to ranking competitors, and I'm just going to deselect 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're just looking at those that are where 5 or more of the competitors are actually ranked. That's going to reduce some of them there. And then all I'm going to do is just look at the search volume here. And I'm going to start by looking at those with search volume greater than 1,000 searches per month, because those are going to be ones later on in our listing optimization that we're going to prioritize differently. So here I just want to go filter by values. So here I'm just going to go filter by condition, greater than or equal to 1,000. All right, and I'm just going to go ahead and insert a new column here, because what we want to do is we want to provide like a priority rank of these words, because those priorities are going to be what we're going to actually prioritize for optimizing in the actual listing itself. So I'm just going to add a column to the left and just put priority. And we're going to have 3 different priorities. So the first priority that we're going to look at is those where more than 5 of the competitors are ranked for the word, so it's relevant, and where there's more than 1,000 searches. Those are typically going to be priority 1. So they're good search volume and they're highly relevant. Now what you're going to want to do here, because you know your product best, is you're going to also want to look at the actual search term manually here and remove any of those words that just don't necessarily describe your product. So as an example, if I'm selling something that's pink and it's a bunch of search words for blue, I'm probably not going to prioritize blue in my listing just because that's not what the product is. So you have to use a little bit of your judgment here. But I'm just going to go along here and just do priority 1 and just see if there's any here that aren't relevant for my product. So I found one here, bikes for toddlers 3 to 5, because in my case, my bike's for 1 to 3-year-olds. I'm actually not going to prioritize this word, so I'm going to put that as a 0. The other thing I need to make a note of here is that this here Strider bike, Strider is a brand. I can't use that keyword in my actual listing because it's against terms of service. So if you see a branded keyword, you may want to include that in your list, but you probably can't actually put that in your listing itself. I'm just going to keep going here and see if there's any that don't make sense. Again, toddler 3 to 5, I'm going to put that as a 0. All right, so on this first pass here, I've got a bunch of priority 1 words, again, that are greater than 1,000 searches and I think are highly relevant, and I've analyzed them individually just to remove any of those ones that don't make sense for my product. So if I just come through here and look at it, we've got 36 search terms here that are priority 1s. Frankly, it's going to be hard for us to fit all of these in our listing, but it's good for us to have this list. And then basically from highest to lowest search volume, I can start to prioritize these in my actual product itself, in my product listing. So we can see here, Balance Bike has almost 27,000 searches a month. It's a priority 1. We've got Toddler Bike. We've got Balance Bike for 2-year-old, all the way on down to words that have less search volume. So those are our priority 1s. And we're going to try to fit as many of those priority 1s as humanly possible into our title. If we run out of room, we're then going to put those terms into our bullets when we optimize the listing. The next thing that we can do though is, because there's a bunch of words that we haven't prioritized, is we can look at those that are less than 1,000. So here we can just change this to less than or equal to, or less than. So we'd have just less than 1,000. And then we can give these a priority 2 here. So for that, we've got 34 additional words that are just a little bit lower volume that we may squeeze in if we can. Now, the next thing that you want to do is you may want to remove this ranking competitors and just not have a filter at all and just see what else drums up. So this exercise, frankly, could take an hour or 2 just to really comb through and see which ones make sense. But at this stage, if I remove all of my filters here, I now have 70 words that are highly relevant, that generate good volume, that I may want to try to incorporate, that I can then optimize into my listing. Now I'm going to do one additional video after this just to show you how you can use Amazon's own brand analytics search term data so we can potentially find some new words. But with that, we've got this healthy keyword list that we can then leverage, and we'll go over in the listing masterclass on how to incorporate that. All right, so we just went over the keyword masterclass using Helium 10 data. Just wanted to shoot a quick video here to actually show you how you can use Amazon's own brand analytics search term data that you may also want to cultivate to leverage in your keyword analysis. This is not needed, it's not critical. In fact, 95% of the time you may want to just use the Helium 10 data. But if you want some additional information from Amazon's own Seller Central brand analytics dashboard, we can pull those keywords in. I should also note here that most of these words are probably going to be the same as what you pulled in your Helium 10 data, but sometimes you tend to find a couple words that maybe you didn't uncover with Helium 10. All right, so the first thing you're going to want to do here is just go back to that search analysis that you did on Amazon.com for your actual product. We're going to go ahead again and click on the Helium 10 Chromic section. This time, though, we're going to go to the ASIN grabber. And basically what this is going to do, it's going to pull all of the ASINs that are showing up here on the first page of results. And we just want to copy those to a Google Sheet so we can actually copy those ASINs down. So all we want to do here is just select this toggle so it selects all of them. Then we're going to hit that download button there, and then it's going to download a CSV for us. We can then go to a fresh Google Sheets, go to import, go to upload, and then we're just going to upload that file there, and we're just going to replace data at selected cell, import data. And then all we need to do here is just literally select all these different ASINs from that second column. So we're pulling in 120 ASINs worth of data on this analysis. Then you're going to want to log into your Amazon Seller Central account. You're going to want to go to the brand analytics section, and then you're going to want to click on the Amazon search term field. So there's a bunch of different options. We're going to be on the Amazon search terms. I like to change the reporting range to monthly, and then all you need to do here is in this enter ASINs or products field, just literally copy all 120 of those ASINs in, hit go. And then Amazon's going to run an analysis, and this is the output. So it's showing all these different search terms. The search frequency rank, the best way to think about that is the lower it is, the more search volume it has. It's a little bit backwards, but if it's a lower search frequency number, it likely has a higher priority and is getting more sales. It's going to show the number one clicked ASIN, which we can see this Chillifish spike. It's getting 17% of the clicks, and it's converting 14.5% of all searches that happen for that search term. We can then see the number 2 clicked ASIN, number 3, etc. But what you might find here is if you take these search terms and you plug it into that original analysis we did with Helium 10 and you deduplicate them, you might uncover a couple new words that we didn't find in the Helium 10 analysis. But what I love about this data, it's from Amazon. It's giving us real data. It's not an estimate. It's not a forecast. It's right from the belly of the beast, Amazon itself. So whether you decide to just use that Helium 10 data or you decide to combine it with this data, we should have a really rich list of keywords that we can now optimize, which we're going to do next in the listing masterclass video. All right guys, so this is a video all about A+ content. And what this basically is, if you scroll down a listing on Amazon, there's going to be, your bullets, there's going to be a bunch of different descriptions, product ads, but at the bottom, there's a really image-rich section that you can build if you're a brand registered seller that lets you put additional imagery, content, specifications, video, etc. These are things that can help better represent the product and the value proposition that you may not be able to cover in your listing images, and it gives you some additional ways to tell your brand story, tell your product story, and ultimately improve your conversion rate. Now, one thing I'll say about this personally is I think a lot of people talk about A+ as like you need to have it. It's this holy grail of conversion. In my experience, a lot of people may not even see your A+ content. So I don't want you to lose sleep over this or have major headaches on getting this done. You really want to focus on the best listing image possible because that's going to be what people click on. A lot of people won't even look at all 5 of your photos. They're just going to kind of scan, look at your bullets, make a quick decision. They're there to buy stuff. So look at A+ as an additional thing for people looking for more information. Those detailed shoppers that are scrolling down can absolutely help improve your conversion rate and nudge things along. But your focus should absolutely be on your listing images themselves. But we're going to walk through exactly some of the features of A+ that we really like. We're going to show some actual listings. And down below, you're going to find some videos from Amazon University as well as some PDF instructions on how you can actually set this up for your listing.
Like Adam said, it's a nice to have, but definitely not a must have. I will say that if you're, you launch your product up on Amazon and like week 3, you're spending a lot of money on PPC and stuff, and you're still not selling, by you spending your time doing A+ content, in my opinion, is not the best use of your time. There's probably something wrong with your product offering, the title, the images, the reviews, the whatever it might be. And you spending your time to do the A+ content is really not going to be a huge needle mover. Having said that, if your product is selling and you want to scale that up, you want to increase your conversion rate, then enhance A+ content is definitely something that can move the needle when it comes to that. So we're going to go a few examples. I'm going to take one, Adam can take one, and we'll just go on from there. So again, all of these are like the pinnacle. These are the gold standard of any Amazon listing. If you ever are wondering like, oh, what is a good Amazon listing? What do they look like? Just take a look at these brands. They've done like the best possible job. They're all multi-million, some even hundreds of millions of dollars of brands. So they got an entire team working on this. So the first one is our good old friend Anchor. So if we were to go down to the A+ content section, you can see right away, like they have their title here, they have their line of product. So I really like this, Adam, because Anchor is a brand. They sell multiple different types of products. And by showing kind of a variety of their brand, if I'm a customer, I'm like, oh, I didn't know they sell like this. So I can actually go back to Anchor's store and I can buy that as well. Therefore, increasing the average order value of the customer, increasing, at the end of the day, you want the shopper to actually leave your store with as much stuff as possible, right? So this is a great way to actually showcase like their variety, their entire line of products. So that's, but obviously for some of you, if you're launching your first product, you're not gonna have this, but that's okay. I'm just showing you some examples, right?
Yeah, and another thing, Tom, too, is there's some modules within A+. Again, there's some resources down below that will break down all the different modules available, but you can even tell your brand story.
Yes.
So let's say that this is your first product, but you want it to have a better connection with the customers and what you're all about. You can even do a video, literally just like we are here talking about why you built your brand. But that lineage to the overall brand story, I think, is powerful. And if you've got a line of products, the more you can show, the merrier.
Yeah, so this is all template, right? Like down below, we have a standard operating procedure, SOP, teaching you how to set this up, but you can choose between different templates. And once you choose like template A, template B, template C, whatever, and it's not like one is better than the other. It's kind of a personal preference, to be honest with you. Then you can basically fit the picture in here. And these pictures are all created using a graphic designer, which we talked about earlier. So product highlights, different features and, some text. Again, more products from the brand. So yeah, this is a great example of what potentially A+ content look like for you. So Adam, do you want to go over Zesty Paws?
Yeah, so Zesty Paws, again, what's interesting about these examples are they're hyper competitive. And basically what that means are if you find successful brands in hyper competitive categories, they're literally getting millions and millions of sessions and impressions on their listing. And so they've got teams that test this, they find out what works. So it's just a best practice because they've likely optimized these already. So again, it talks more about the brand itself, why they came about. Again, anytime you're talking about safety, ingestibles, children, pets, people want to care what the brand's about and that it's a safe thing. So they're really talking about like safety here at the top.
And just before you go down, I think this is so important, right? Earlier we had talked about emotions. We talked about customer avatar. We talked about building a brand in the earlier chapters. I mean, this is a great example of some of the questions that you need to answer, right? How do we start, right? What is your brand story? What makes our product unique? Guess what? Customers care about that. I want to buy a unique product, right? And why do we love what we do? I mean, that's optional, but I just think this is such an important section for any brand. And you, before you launch a brand, also needs to be able to answer these questions because ultimately that's what customers care about a lot.
Yeah. Exactly. And then if we scroll down, it's Allurimmune Bites. Again, kind of calling out the product. And then it goes into some text. It goes into some of the key features, immune support, seasonal allergy support, gut health, skin histamine support. Again, they've likely honed in on what are the things that customers care about when they're buying immune support for their dogs. And they're calling those out specifically, again, to answer the questions that customers have in their head. And this is a scroll option here that lets you scroll through those different benefits.
Yeah, like one of the benefits up there is seasonal allergy support, for example. Like if I'm a dog owner, my dog is sneezing and stuff, and I need to go buy a seasonal allergy support, and I land on this listing and they don't have this, I'm so much more likely not to convert. I'm so much more likely to go to another competitor and try to find someone who's calling this out. So these are all features of your product. If you can call out a lot of features of your product, people can resonate with your product and then they're much more likely to actually convert.
Cool. Yeah, and then just scrolling down a little bit more, it's talking about what's inside. Again, they're not starting with the features, benefits, technicalities. They're starting with the brand and the emotion. They're starting with what are the core features of the product and what their customers care about. And then they talk about some more technical stuff because people do want to get down to some of the more detailed stuff. And then again, if you've got multiple products, what's cool about A+ is you can actually show a carousel like this that compares all of your different products. So maybe they're not going to buy your After-Immune Bites, they can buy Omega Bites. So this helps increase average order value and conversion rate, even if they don't buy the product that they're on the listing for. So we'll go on to another one here.
Yeah, so I'm going to show you actually one of my friend's companies called Effing Good Snacks. And he built this company completely from TikTok, which is amazing. And Damien is actually going to be teaching us TikTok later on. But I absolutely love his brand story. So you guys can see here from the brand. And, you know, it takes you on this journey, right? Like if I'm someone who's looking at this, I feel like I'm on this journey and I feel so much more emotionally attached. But, you know, the idea was born, design our first logo, you know, subject friends to taste test. And you just really feel like you're bought into this brand. And this is Damien. It's so cool. You know,
Really
it's such a cool story.
Yeah.
And I really recommend for all of you to check out Damien's stuff. And yeah, I mean, geez, he put his whole life story up here. But this is a great example of building that brand story, right? So product description, you know, what are some of the features? What are some of the benefits? What are some of the ingredients? Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect listing. And again, the last image is, again, that brand story. Look, a cookie is a cookie, okay? But when it comes to Oreo, there's not really any connection, right? But these guys are trying to penetrate the cookie market, and their competitive advantage is that they want to build a story, connect with the customers, speak to the customers, and ultimately, to be honest with you, people are not even buying the cookie. They're buying this. They're buying them. They're buying Damien. They're buying Damien's story, and they feel so connected to Damien's company, and they want to see him win. So I would highly recommend for you to actually take a look at Damien's stuff, buy his product, go on his website, check out his TikTok. It's absolutely amazingly done, and this is another great example.
Yeah, and I think that what's good about that example too for me is that it's taking inventory of what are your advantages and disadvantages.
Right.
So yeah, I'm starting a brand as a single solopreneur. I don't have the brand story of some of these bigger brands. Oh crap, how am I going to compete? That's actually a huge advantage. If I was on that listing versus a more larger big brand, I would actually be compelled to buy that because you're buying from a human being. And
Everybody
you're buying
likes
a
an
story.
underdog.
Yeah, so I think play into that and don't feel like just because if you're just getting started out or if it's just you that you don't have anything meaningful to sell, that could actually be your most meaningful value proposition.
Absolutely.
So yeah, this is another quick example of a apparel item. The key point here, we're not going to get into a whole lot here, is just how you can use the image blocks to create a more compelling, overarching visual representation of your product. So they're taking these each individual, basically rectangular modules, and they're actually splitting it out into a larger image and calling out different benefits in each of the modules. So there's some really cool things you can do visually here to represent your product and call it some different features.
Yeah, so that's the end of this module. Again, A+ content is great. It's definitely a very nice to have. It is definitely not a must have. But having said that, if you take a look at Damien's stuff, if you do have a good brand story, if you do have, you know, a good origin story, why not show that off, right? So in order to get A+ content, you need to be brand registered, which we mentioned in the other video already. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, so now for this particular product, we've got 60 plus really high relevant, high search volume words that we want to try to integrate as many of them as possible into the listing. So this video is really breaking down how we go about thinking, incorporating those keywords, how we think about writing listings, and some different tools and tricks that you can use to make this process more seamless and, more importantly, more set up so that Amazon can reward you for organic ranking and indexing on as many search terms as possible. So if you recall here, we've got our full list here of all those search terms that we prioritize. Again, we're going from highest search volume to lowest because that's a priority. The next thing we do is we actually go into Helium 10. If you just go down from tools to scribbles to listing optimizer, I can then just go ahead and add all of those phrases in here, hit apply. And then from highest to lowest priority, based on how we've actually sequenced them, it's going to list them here in the phrases section. So here's how we think about optimizing the listing. First, we want to get as many search terms as possible that's also readable into our title. There's going to be a limit of 200 bytes that we can put into our title, so there is going to be a bit of a size restriction. Then we're going to go in and write 5 of our bullets. That's the next priority. So if they can't fit into the title, based on the space that we have allotted, we're going to add them as many as possible into the bullets. And then any leftover terms we're going to throw into our search term bucket and or our description. So let's just start off with the title here. My personal philosophy, there's really two ways to think about this. One is to make it more marketing and one is to make it more keyword stuffing. For the title itself, because people aren't going to read much past that first little third of the title, I'm fine with adding more keyword stuffing into the title. The bullets themselves, I like to get a little bit more user-friendly and really write in language that speaks to the customer. To do this end-to-end, it would probably take hours because this is a fairly time-consuming process. So we're going to do a quick nitty-gritty version, but you'll get the idea on how this works so you can start to massage these keywords into your listing and work on this yourself. So first thing we're going to want to do is actually put the name of the brand at the start. I think that's really important. The reason we chose a name in the naming module, this helps speak to our customer avatar and it helps make us stand out against especially foreign competitors that have really weird sounding names. So I like to include that at the start. That's also part of Amazon's terms of service. And then I want to fuse as many of these words in as possible that's also readable. The other thing too is if you've got any key features or key advantages, you should try to call that out in the first third of your title. So in our case, we've got a foldable balance spike, which is pretty unique. So I actually want that to be front and center because I think that's going to help with click through and conversion rate. So I'm just going to put foldable balance spike. You can see there it's knocked off that one word there because I've written it. I could put toddler bike. Then I could put another thing that customers care about, which is safety. Just put safe toddler bike. And then beyond that first section, that's where you can kind of get into more keyword stuffing mode, maybe fusing in some marketing language in there. I'm just going to rifle these off a little bit so you can get an idea on what this looks like. So I'm going to put balance bike, 2-year-old. You can see you got rid of this one. I did not do Strider balance bike because that's actually one of the competitors' brands and you can't use branded terms in your actual product listing. Next thing I'm going to look at here is just baby bike. Toddler balance bike, balance bike 1+ year old, hit enter there. And you can see we're at 132 of 200 bytes, so we still have some more room there. Again, this is pretty heavy keyword stuffing. You're going to want to fuse in a little bit more marketing language, but what we're going to want to do is try to put as many of these search terms here in priority into the title up to 200 bytes. Once you've got that, then we can move on to the bullet points. Again, I'm not going to flesh this out because I want to keep this video fairly short. But let's go on to the bullet points. And this is where we can actually use ChatGPT to our advantage and really help fuse this in with more marketing language. So I can see here it's basically balance bike for 3-year-old is kind of where we left off in terms of the non-optimized words. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this next section of high priority words. I'm going to take about 10 of those words, copy it, and then I'm going to go over to ChatGPT. So I'm just going to say here, write me a 5-bullet product description for a kid's balance bike using NLP language and a friendly tone. Incorporate as many of these keywords as possible. And then I'm just going to copy those keywords in. So just written this up in ChatGPT. So we've got write me a 5-bullet product description, no more than 100 bytes per bullet for a kid's balance bike using NLP language and a friendly tone. Incorporate as many of these keywords as possible. And then I just copied any of the keywords that we didn't incorporate into the title on down and plug those in. We're going to go ahead and hit go here and let ChatGPT do its thing. So these are never going to be perfect, but they're usually a great starting point. So I'm just going to kind of copy these one by one into Scribbles. And you can see here it's 71 of 100 bytes, so we have a little bit more wiggle room here that we can add some on. And I think the important thing here is for your bullets, start with your most important value proposition, pain point, objection first, and work your way down. This is where knowing your customer avatar and some of the research really comes in handy because you'll be able to speak to those pain points and in the language that your customers care about. But just for example's sake, we're going to copy these guys in here. They've used some branded words, which we're going to have to take out. So it requires a little bit of human intervention, but it usually gets you a little bit of the way there. And then I've also got a prompt that I did above here that also was done without the limit of the 100 bytes. So it gives us a little bit more of a long form version. So I can kind of type some of these in. I actually like suitable for a wide range of ages here. So I might put there, suitable for a wide range of ages. And then I might put perfect for 1-year-olds up to 3-year-olds. Safe and stable. Again, customers really care about safety and stability, so I really like that. So I'm going to put here safe and stable. Adjustable seat height for balance bike, 2-year-olds, etc. And you can see it's highlighted the words that actually get knocked off of the keyword list here, so we can see which ones are getting optimized. Easy to use. I like that one as well. Let's see if we've got something here. Put that there. I'm going to remove Strider. Built to last is another one. Built to last kid balance bike. And then trusted brand. Like that one as well. So you get the idea. This is not perfect. Again, this is an exercise that should take you a couple hours. You may want to leverage a copywriter and give them some of the keywords that you want to incorporate. But the point here is you want to have as many keywords as possible that actually is readable to the customer and ultimately sells the customer. So you want to prioritize actually selling the customer over keywords here. But the more that you can weave in here, the better. You're also going to want to optimize for as close to 100 bytes as possible. So you can see here, this one has another 11 bytes. We've got some wiggle room where we could add some more. But ultimately what's going to happen when this is all said and done is you're not going to get all of those 67 keywords in your title and in your bullets, despite the fact that we think that they're relevant and they're high enough search volume for us to optimize. Just the reality, there's only so much space. So what we want to do with any of the leftover words, which it's going to highlight here in this word section, is we're going to copy any of the unused words here. And what we're going to want to then do is put those into the search terms. Hit enter. And you can see that we still have up to 250 bytes. So we actually have another 70 bytes worth of information that we can include here in the search terms. So anything you don't optimize, put that into the search terms section. That gives you some additional indexing and optimization. You can also take some of these full form words, because this is just taking singular words that are missing. We can take some of these full form words and we can put them in the product description. We can put those in our A+ all image text and other areas. But these 3 areas are going to give the most bang for the buck, the most indexation, and the most benefit from an organic ranking standpoint. That's the title, bullets, and search terms.
Hey guys, it's Tom here. So in this video, we actually want to talk about 2 excellent resources that can help you to increase your conversion rate and your sales on Amazon. One of them is called joinbrands.com and the other one is called Billio. So what are these different platforms? There's a really good term that I want you to know right now. It's called user-generated content. The best example I can give this to you right now is, you know how if you want to shoot a commercial, many times that there's like commercial shooting companies, you have to invest tens and thousands of dollars, crazy set camera, crazy gear setup, lights, camera, action, very, very high production. A lot of us don't have resources for that. Now, another way to actually generate amazing type of content for your brand is something called user-generated content. And what user-generated content are essentially content made by everyday people. They don't have crazy lighting, they don't have crazy cameras or a big crew. All they do is they do a type of content called user-generated content off of their iPhones, usually 99% of the time. Now, I'm sure you've seen a lot of advertisement on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok with user-generated content. And the interesting thing here is user-generated content a lot of times actually outperform super expensive and high quality productions. So why not go ahead and use these? Now the question is, how do you find them? Well, there's many different ways to find user-generated content creators, but one of the ways is by using joinbrands.com. So if we simply go on the page, log in as a brand, but hey, if you want a side hustle, you can actually become a creator on the website as well. But basically, they're a platform where we'll connect your brand, your Amazon product, with users that are interested, that are fit in your demographic. So using Join Brands, you can actually filter through the right type of demographic. So for example, if you're launching a skincare company for women, you can actually find women within your target market who can then do a video for you. And you can then use those videos everywhere. You can use those videos, later we'll discuss Facebook ads. You'll use those videos on your own Instagram page, which we'll discuss a little bit later. You can actually use those videos in your Amazon listing as well. And again, all these different videos are there to generate an emotional connection with your customers so that when they go on your Amazon page, they see a video of someone that looks similar to them. They're like, hey, I'm so much more likely to actually buy this product now because I'm seeing real users using this product as well.
Yeah, and Tom, what I really like about this is, we actually recommend over time building an influencer strategy. The problem with that is it takes a lot of time. You've got to reach out to a lot of folks, you've got to negotiate, some get back to you, some don't. What's cool about these platforms are you can literally log in and by the end of the day have people ready to actually shoot your content for you. The other thing I really like too is you can actually tell them exactly the kind of content that you want. So say you wanted to film an unboxing experience, or you wanted them to hone in on the 3 pain points that your customers really care about. You can give them those points and nudge them in the direction of the kind of content that you want, and then they'll actually film it. Another bonus specifically to join brands as well, after you've actually launched your product or when you're launching your product, is they actually fulfill through Amazon. So you give them a link to your Amazon product, they purchase it, that's how it's fulfilled. So you don't need to worry about shipping logistics, which is great. But obviously if they're buying it, it helps your sales velocity as well. So you're getting the benefit of sales on your Amazon product and you're getting content that you can use. And again, I think it's really key to point this out. Even if it doesn't look like it's got the best studio lighting and the best high res camera, this stuff performs better because people trust human beings. They trust people like them. And they frankly find that more user-generated amateur feel is a lot more trustworthy. So it can be used in assets across the board, including your Amazon listing.
Yeah, and then this is something I would definitely utilize. I would reach out to influencers on this website, and I would probably have 5, 10, or as many as you can afford influencers to actually be ready. So on the launch day, they can buy your product on Amazon, and they can actually submit give back, videos and photos, whatever you want. Images starts at $15, video starts at $60. If you guys use our link in the resource section, we actually have an affiliate partnership with them. You can get some bonuses, stuff like that as well. But one thing I will note is that, this can be used as somewhat of a launch strategy, but earlier we had mentioned about buyer scores. A lot of these content creators on this website, their buyer scores on Amazon are probably not the best because again, Amazon can keep track of what they're buying and how often they're buying, how many reviews they're leaving. So I wouldn't really lean too much towards launching side of things. I would use this website more towards gathering content, and then the launch side of things is actually kind of like the cherry on top. But the content is actually what you want. And again, you can distribute this content on your own social media, on your TikTok, on your Instagram. You own this content now. You can put it on your website. You can put it on your Amazon listing, all these different things. So the more content, the better.
Yeah, and we'll just leave another link down below. We're not going to go through this one step by step, but Billio is another great software service similar to this, where again, you can curate folks that can create user-generated content for you. All right, so one of the core elements of your offer and your listing is the actual price that customers see when they're going to purchase your product. And we want to just talk a little bit about the psychology of pricing because I think it's really important, and I've actually seen a lot of sellers get this wrong when they're thinking about it. Taking a step back to our customer first approach, you need to really ask the question again of why would somebody buy your product? Especially why would they buy your product in the context of all the other listings and all the other options that they're going to see on Amazon. And I've seen sometimes folks, they maybe, figured out a product, they ordered it, the costs are maybe a little bit higher than they thought. And they're like, look, I still got to maintain XYZ margin, so I'm just going to price it up because my costs were higher. Guess what, guys? Just because you need to cost your product up and it's a higher price doesn't mean that there's value there for the customer to buy it. Yeah. You've got to think in the customer's shoes. If you've got a product that has 20,000 reviews or 2,000 reviews and it's got a $25 price point and you're selling yours for $42, there's got to be a reason why. And it's got to be a better product that you can visually represent with your listing. And if that doesn't happen, guess what? That pricing is not going to work.
And just add onto what Adam said, that's where we talked about the differentiation factors. That's what we talked about the customer pain points. That's why we told you to use ChatGPT to analyze the reviews so that when you do launch your product, you have those differentiation factors and you can charge a more premium product. Ultimately, we're not in the game to actually compete on pricing. That's the worst game for you to play, especially the fact that there's so many Chinese manufacturers on Amazon. You can never win just based on pricing. What we want to teach you how to do is build a real brand. For example, Sudara Skincare, we were selling a derma roller for $20 and everybody else selling for $9.99. How? Because we have the premium packaging. We did influencer marketing. We build a true brand. So when you do build that true brand, you are going to be able to have competitive advantages. And with regards to pricing, I would say, you either want to play, so there's 3 different levels of tiers. I would say there's the low end, which is like kind of Walmart if you think about it. You go to Walmart not to buy premium products, you're there to, price shop. Then there's like the mid tier, then there's the high end. In my opinion, I would say always try to play on either the low end or the high end. You never kind of want to be in the middle, because the middle ground is one part where there's a lot of competitors. So either make your product premium or make your product super, super cheap. Don't play in that middle ground, because that's where the red ocean is. That's where a lot of people are playing. But in order for you to actually have a premium pricing, which we recommend, you have to be able to have those competitive advantages and for people to give out reasons why. And a few reasons that are not qualified for this would be, mine has higher quality, mine has better customer service, mine has nicer branding. Those, everybody have higher quality, they say, everybody have good customer service. So those are not actual competitive advantages. So if you're a little bit lost with regards to competitive advantages, go back and make sure to rewatch that video again.
Yeah, the other thing I would say about pricing on Amazon as it relates to performance and consumer psychology is it's rarely going to be static. So you might come in thinking, hey, I'd like my price to be here. This is where I think I'm going to land. But you probably have to start more aggressive, because you don't have reviews, you don't have those other elements that convert your listing yet. So you might start here and work your way up. You might also have this really high end, like, hey, I don't need to go to this price, but it's possible I could creep into a higher price. So think about your pricing in terms of, hey, this is where I want it to be. This is worst case where it might need to go low. This is best case where it may need to go high. And make sure that you're analyzing your economics on all of those spectrums. And remember that price is iterative, right? There might be new competitors that enter the market that they've got features that are different than yours. You might actually get a lot more reviews and your conversion rate goes up, so you can increase your price. You can play with price over time. That's one of the amazing things about the analytics of Amazon, is that you can play with that price over time. But the core part is there's a human being buying it. You've got to look at your price and your offer and everything you're bringing to the table in the context of what else is on the page of Amazon, and look at your performance and adjust your price accordingly.
Yeah, and I think just to finish off here, the worst mistake you can make is basically what Adam said again, right? It's like, all right, my cost of goods sold is $5. Everybody is selling their product for $10, but I can't make money if I sell for $10, so I'm going to charge $15. And you have no reasons to charge $15. Your product is not better. Your product is the same as everybody else's. So why would a customer buy your product for $15 when they can buy your direct competitor for 10 and your competitor has like 500, 1,000 reviews? It doesn't make any sense, right? So make sure that you understand this. And also with pricing, like Adam said, it's fluid. You can change the prices, you can change down, you can go up, which, we don't recommend doing that daily. We'll talk a little bit more about pricing in terms of when to increase your price, so on and so forth, a little bit later. But in this video, we just want to cover kind of the psychology of pricing.
This video will demonstrate how to create a variation listing in the Amazon platform. There's at least 2 ways to create a variation listing. The first one uses the Add a Product wizard that Amazon offers. The second one uses flat files or templates. Today, we're going to talk about the first method. Let's say you're selling a red shirt and it's selling quite well. You might decide that you want to sell a blue shirt and a green shirt. You can list the blue and green shirt as individual separate ASINs, or you can combine them and make them variations of one another. To do that, you have to create another listing called the parent listing, and the variations, the blue, red, and green, are called child listings. The parent listing is not visible to the general public. It serves as a container or a placeholder to keep the child variations together. The first thing you need to do is to make a new listing for each variation that you want to sell. Go to Amazon Seller Central, click to the top left, click Inventory, and then click Manage All Inventory. Scroll down to find the item that you want to make variations of. Go to the far right, click the down arrow, and click Copy Listing. At this point, the process varies a little bit based on what you're selling. In my case, Amazon is asking me if I'm making edits on an existing product, and I say no, because I want to make a new listing. Most of the information is already in there, so you just have to make small edits and changes so you can represent your variation. I was selling a silver ornament in the beginning. My variation is gold, so I'm going to enter gold accents. Go through the listing and make changes as necessary. Go to the next tab and upload images that represent your variation. Skip the variation tab for now. Go right to the offer tab. Enter a SKU that will help you identify the product. Look through the Safety and Compliance tab. Basically, look through the listing, make changes as necessary, and then when you're done, go to the bottom right and click Save. Repeat this process for all your variations. It'll take about 15 to 30 minutes before your variations are shown in your dashboard. Now is the time to create the parent listing. The process is similar. Go to the far right, click the down button, click Copy Listing. Now we are creating the parent listing. The parent listing is not visible to the general public, so it really doesn't matter what you have in there. Though it doesn't hurt to have everything in an orderly fashion. So for example, I would remove some of these details that represent the variations. In the Offer tab, I like to give it a SKU that demonstrates that this is a parent listing. So for example, I can call it Ornament Parent. This is where things are different. Click the Variation tab. This is where you can choose what attributes are different. For example, I'm selling different colors, so I would choose color. If you are selling shoes, you might choose size. Or if you're selling a 6-pack or a 12-pack, then you might choose number of items. Depending on what category you sell in, sometimes it's possible to choose more than one attribute. For example, if you are selling shirts, it might be possible to choose a different color and a different size. But that is not available for all categories. For me, I'm selling an ornament and I have 3 colors. So I choose the color option, and here I enter gold, silver, and rose because those are the 3 colors I have. If you scroll down, you see this table where you fill in the information. You need the SKU. Go back to your inventory page and find those SKUs and enter them into the fields. Next, you're going to enter the external product ID. If you have a UPC code, you would enter that. I have an ASIN, so I'm going to enter ASIN in all 3 of my variations. Go back to your inventory listing and copy the ASINs. Offering condition type is new. And the price. And then save and finish. It'll take 15 to 30 minutes before your new parent ASIN will be shown. If you click on the arrow, it'll expand and show you your variations. If you click on any of these links, it should take you to a product page where you can see all your variations. In this case, it won't because my availability is 0. So let me set that to 1 so we can see how it looks like. All right, as you can see, I have set the quantity to 1. And if you click on any of these links, it will take you to a page where you can see your listing. This is the listing. It shows the 3 variations: gold, rose, and silver. It's important for you to look through your listing to make sure all the information is accurate. Sometimes when you set up a parent-child relationship, the parent listing information overwrites the child listing information. So if there's some specific information that is different for each child, you need to check that to make sure that's still true. Now, if it's not true, you can go back and change it. Let me show you how. Go to your inventory page, go to the far right, click the edit button, and then make the necessary changes. Remember to click save. Okay, so that's how you create a variation listing. There is another way to make a variation listing, and that uses templates or flat files. That method is a little overwhelming because it requires that you use a very large Excel sheet. However, it is a little bit easier once you get the hang of it. We'll show you how to do that in the next video. This video will demonstrate how to create a variation listing using a flat file or an inventory file template. Recall last time we made a variation listing using the Add a Product wizard. Today we're going to use the inventory templates or the flat files. Amazon flat files are basically a spreadsheet containing all the details of your product. To use a flat file, the first thing we're going to do is find and download the correct template. Next, we're going to add all the product details into the spreadsheet. And lastly, we're going to upload this completed template back into Amazon. The benefit of the Add a Product wizard is that it's easy and intuitive. The benefit of the flat files is that it's more efficient and better when you have lots of ASINs to work with. If you have more than 20 ASINs, it's far more efficient to write everything into the spreadsheet and upload everything in the backend in one shot. As mentioned before, it's best if you have their listings already made for the variation listings and for the parent listing. All right, let's start by downloading the correct flat file. Go to Amazon Seller Central, go to the top left, choose Catalog, and then choose Add Products via Upload. On the top, you will see tabs. Choose Download Spreadsheet. Choose Download Product Spreadsheet. Read the information, click OK. Now you want to find the correct spreadsheet for your product. You have a couple of choices. You can enter a keyword, for example, mine would be ornament, and it'll give me some options. Sometimes it doesn't give you the correct answer. What you want to do is click Browse via Product Category. If you don't know what category you should be in, go back to your listing and look on the top. It'll show you what category you should be in. If you're still not sure, you can click onto another product that is similar to yours and check where they are categorized. You can also scroll down to the product information area and it'll show you what category you should be in. If you click the link, it'll take you to a page where it shows you the categories and subcategories of your product. All right, now that we know what category we want to be in, let's go back to this form. I would choose Home and Kitchen, Home Decor Products, Home Decor Accents, Hanging Ornaments. You would choose your own category to match your product. Click where the product will be sold, and then click Generate Spreadsheet. Go to your download folder and find the downloaded spreadsheet. Double-click to open. This is an Excel sheet, but you can also open with OpenOffice, which is free software, or Google Sheets. This is a spreadsheet open with OpenOffice. First, take note of the items on the bottom left. These are tabs, and by clicking on the different tabs, you will get different information. The first tab is Instructions. The Template tab is the sheet where you will enter all the information about your product. There's information about images. There's an Example tab, which will give you examples of how the form should be filled up. There's data definitions, there's browser data, there's valid values, and so forth. Amazon gives you a lot of information so you can fill out the spreadsheet properly. Let's get started. Click the Template tab. Let's look at some of these characteristics. Some of the cells have a drop-down, which means you can only choose the options that are given to you. Other cells you can just type in. There are little plus signs here. If you click them, it expands and gives you further options. So for example, shown here is a main image, but if you click the plus sign, it expands and it allows you to add more images. Start by filling in all the cells. Probably best to put in as much information as you can. But if you don't want to do that, you can click on the Data Definition tab and it'll tell you on the right-hand side which fields are required. So for example, product type, seller SKU, and brand name are required. When working on your template, you can always go back to your Data Definition tab and find out whether that cell is required or optional. I'm going to take a moment to discuss how you can open the spreadsheet using Google Sheets. Open your Google Drive, go to New, go to File Upload. Find the spreadsheet you downloaded and open. Then on the bottom right, you can click on it and it'll open. For the most part, the spreadsheet looks the same. On the bottom left, you have the tabs with the instructions and the examples. Click on Template. One of the disadvantages of using Google Sheets is not all the data is imported properly. So for example, if you click on the drop-down for product type, it does show you options that you can choose. However, if you look at parentage, if you drop down, there are no options. How do you solve this? What you want to do is go to the Valid Values tab and look under parentage. Look to the right, you will see that your options are parent or child. So let's go back to the template. And what you want to do is type in parent here or child. It won't let you. It tells you there's a mistake because it thinks that you should be choosing an option from the drop-down. However, none of the options have been imported. So to bypass this problem, what you have to do is you click onto an adjacent cell that doesn't have the drop-down, type in parent or child, you copy, go to the cell where it should be, and you paste. And in doing so, you bypass the problem. Remember to erase the word parent from the adjacent cell. Go ahead and fill up the spreadsheet and we will come back when everything has been filled in. I fill up the spreadsheet as best as I can. I want to go over some important areas. Column B is the SKU. Go to Amazon Seller Central, copy the SKU and paste it in these cells. Column D is important. You have the option to choose update, partial update, or delete. Almost always you choose partial update. When you use update, it will take the information from the spreadsheet and completely override what you have entered in the listing. But some of the cells in the spreadsheet we did not fill up. If you used update, it would replace the existing information with a blank. So you don't want that. You actually want partial update. When you use partial update, only the cells that have information in it will replace information that is in your listing. Column K is product ID type. I have an ASIN, so I choose ASIN. If you have a UPC code, then you would choose UPC. And then column I is product ID. So here I would go to Amazon Seller Central, copy the ASIN, and then paste it in the spreadsheet. If you had a UPC code, you would take your UPC code and paste it into column I. The next important column is column O, and that's your price. And beside it is the quantity. Now, if you're doing FBA, then the quantity might be 500, but I just put 1. That will resolve itself when the inventory arrives at Amazon warehouses. Column Q is the main image URL. It's a required field. You must put at least one image in the spreadsheet. This is not the image itself, but the URL, which means the web address where the image is located. Some people don't know how to do this, so I'll do a quick review on how to capture the URL of an image. Go to your listing, hover the image, click on it to make it big. Right-click, and then choose Copy Image Address. Take that image address and paste it into the appropriate cell. Column AA is important. This is where you specify which ASIN is the parent and which ASIN is the child. For me, I put the parent on the top line and the child listings and the subsequent lines. It doesn't matter which listing you put top or bottom, but it's just more orderly to put the parent on top and the child on the bottom. Next, you need to click on the little plus sign to expand the fields. Under Parent SKU, copy and paste the parent SKU beside the child listings. Parent itself does not need the parent SKU. You just put it in where the childs are. Relationship is variation, and variation theme for me is color. If you are selling shoes, you might choose size. In the green panels, click the small plus sign to expand it. Scroll all the way to the right. Column AV is where you enter the variations. For me, it's color, so I enter rose, gold, silver, which is the 3 color variations of my ornament. If you were selling shoes, you would enter the different sizes of your variation of shoes. Beyond that, the spreadsheet is pretty straightforward. Fill out the required cells. The only other place that you might take notice of is the red offer section. Click the plus button to expand the fields. Enter your list price. The list price is the manufacturer recommended price, and then item condition should be new. When your spreadsheet is complete, save as an Excel file. For those of you using Google Sheets, you want to export your spreadsheet as a Microsoft Excel document. All right, now that our spreadsheets are all ready, time to go back to Amazon Seller Central. Click Browse Files to upload the file that you just completed. Amazon does a quick review to make sure there are no errors. Everything looks good. Click Submit Products. Typically what will happen is that it will be in progress for a long time. A long time could be 5 minutes, could be 15 minutes, and it could be overnight. When the download is complete, you have one of 2 options. The best option is the process is done. You were successful in creating a variation, and the spreadsheet was accepted and integrated into the Amazon database. The other option is that action is required. This means you made a mistake somewhere. What you do is you click on the action button, download the summary, fix the mistakes, and upload the spreadsheet again. Do that until it works. The spreadsheet is very large, so more often than not, there's going to be at least one mistake, so don't feel bad. Once you have a spreadsheet that's complete and works, you save it. In the future, when you want to make changes, use the same spreadsheet so that you don't have to go through the whole process again. Good luck and enjoy the process.